Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Just wait a second. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Just wait a second. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I am just already out of words. Everything that's going in comments, I don't give a shit about that. So it goes down like this. I think I should just turn off the chats. How can I turn off the chats? Wait, how do I turn off chats? Don't chat, don't chat. Okay. So I'm just scared right now because what I'm going to do right now will be something incredible. So there are these lines of Eminem. He says that people make jokes because they don't understand me. They just don't see my real side. I act like shit don't faze me. Inside it drives me crazy. My insecurities could eat me alive. So I'm just afraid of myself because I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay. Maybe this is one of the last times that I'm speaking something on the mic in this stream. This stream is going to be way too long. FF, nah, I'm forget about FF for at least 4 days and don't call me on my number for at least 4 days. Right now, what I'm thinking is is like the stream that I'm going to do right now is like YouTube can literally take this down due to either of these two reasons. First is copyright strike, second one is self harm. So what I do now will, how do I put it? So damn, I think I should just start. So I'm going to learn whole web development thing in one go. To give a broader perspective, for a normal human, it takes almost 6 months to learn web development. 6 months to learn web development. And yeah, I'm going to do it on stream until it's done. Yeah, this is what it is. I'm I want to just shut my mouth up right now because there is a lot going inside me. It's just like I'm battling my demons. It doesn't look when you see me, right? I still look very calm, but I'm battling my demons right now. And no one would really understand this. Same guy who commented on my video, chess is for nerds. Well, I guess it's time. I hope my laptop doesn't die. I have to do something so this guy can handle the load of this stream and the things that I'm going to be doing of like I want I want this laptop to handle my load. First of all, let me check my mic. Even though the mic has no use after this. Wait. The load of this stream and the things that I'm going to be. Okay, mic have no use. There's no use of this mic anymore. What happens now will either be legendary or I don't want to say the second option. What happens now is what no normal human can achieve in his lifetime. What happens now is something people can only dream of, but they can never do. Let me set this shit up for one last time. I have to make sure that laptop doesn't heat too much so it closes my stream. I just have to make sure everything before starting. Wait. Yeah, it's good, I guess, now. Right now, I'm battling my demons, and the only way I can win it is by completing this task. Right now, there is a very big battle going inside me, and this can only be done if I can do this task. When I start, I ain't looking back. When I start, I ain't quitting this challenge. No matter how many days it takes. Right? Now you understand how serious is this when I say days, not hours. Skipping college tomorrow, anyways. I've got two of these holidays, Saturday, Sunday. I'll skip college on Monday if I need to. I'll skip Tuesday if I need to. Skip Wednesday if I need to. I'll skip Thursday. Okay, Thursday it's already a holiday. I want to start, but I'm very nervous. I'm very afraid. I'm very scared about everything. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Desktop audio is there now. And now I'll be going. Wait! What happened to my camera? Wait. Is my laptop heating already? Now it's good, I guess. Now it's good. Okay, let's go then. Let's go. Say bye bye to my microphone. This is the last time I'm saying something. Say bye bye to my microphone. Bye bye, microphone. Okay, so now, wait. So now I don't have a good microphone. What I have is my laptop's microphone. Let me just see how it, like, does it work or not, right? Wait. So now I have a good microphone. Okay, it works pretty good. Got my notebook with me. Uh, fine, it's fine now, I guess. Um, it's all good. Man, just look at this smiling face. Now just see this till the end of the camera is heating. I might have to switch off the camera time to time. The camera will tell me when it needs to be switched off, right? Now it's good. Now it's good. Now it's good. Yeah. Let's just start my funeral. Let's just start my funeral. This is the only thing that can give me the confidence that I used to have. This will just prove that I'm still good enough. I have to turn off the camera sometimes. I have to wait till it gets on, okay? Let's start. Let's start. Hello, sir. Let's go.
Course will prepare you to be a full stack developer. It's taught by many different instructors and put together by Scrimba. Here's Per Borgen, the CEO of Scrimba, introducing the course.
Hi there, and welcome to this massive full
Next
stack
time.
developer
Hello,
program.
sir.
These
Let's
modules
go.
Will prepare you to be a full stack developer. It's taught by many different instructors and put together by Scrimba. Here's Per Borgen, the CEO of Scrimba, introducing the course.
Hi there, and welcome
Next
to this
time.
massive
Next time.
developer
Hello, sir. I see. So I see everything now. Yeah. Okay, so I see everything now. I might have to go for 1 minute. I figured out how I'm going to stream this one. I figured everything out. I'll do it. I'm just coming in a minute, right? Okay, what else do I need? I need this. Okay. Okay. Let me come in a minute. Hello. I'm back. Uh, yeah, I'm back. Damn. Be all good now.
Starter code for these challenges can be found on GitHub or over on Scrimba.com in the interactive expanded version of this course. We're going to start out with the basics of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and so forth, and then move on to the frameworks and technologies that are used in the industry, like React, Node, Next, SQL, TypeScript, testing, and even AI engineering. So this really is your one-stop shop towards becoming a professional full-stack developer. Now, I would love to follow you on this journey, so be sure to send me a LinkedIn connection request so that I can cheer for you from the sidelines. With that, let's dive in.
How does Docker help with production quality applications? And how do you build your own Docker file?
The French philosopher René Descartes once said three clever words: cogito, ergo sum, which translates in English to I code, therefore I am. So let us prove to ourselves that we actually do exist by coding this out in HTML. And the way we do that is actually not too different from how you would write this out in a regular text editor. As there, you would simply write out the sentence, and then if you wanted it a bit more prominent, you'd probably highlight it, and then click on normal text here and choose another content type for your text. You can see heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. Let's hover over heading 1 and then click on it, and there you can see that the text became a lot more prominent. It became a heading 1. Now, if we want to do this in HTML, we'd simply create an HTML file, which you can see here. It's called index.html, as that is a common name to give your HTML files. And here I would write I code, therefore I am. Now, if we open up a browser and point this browser to our HTML file and then run it, then we can see that the text indeed appears in the browser. However, it's pretty small, so if we wanted to turn it into a heading 1 instead, what we do is wrap the text in HTML tags. So before the text, we'll do this. 2 angle brackets with the text H1 inside of them. That's short for heading 1. And then at the very end of the text, I would do the same, H1, but since this is a closing tag and not an opening tag, I would also have to give it a slash before the text. And now if I rerun the code, there you go. We have made our text a lot more prominent. Now, I think our website should give proper credit here, so let's write René Descartes underneath the H1. Like that. If we now rerun the code, you can see that the text is just normal. It's not an H1. And that is because it is only the text which is within the opening H1 and closing H1 that gets formatted as a proper heading in the browser. In my view, this line right here should be a bit bigger. I want it to instead look something like this, where the name is pretty thick and big, but not as big as the heading 1. And that brings me to your first challenge. I'm going to paste it in here. So what you are going to do is try to make our web page look like the design in the provided slide. And if you are struggling to think of what kind of HTML tag you'll have to wrap this name in, well, I've got a little hint for you. What comes after 1? So pause this scrim, jump into the code and try to solve this challenge right now. And then when you return back to me, I will of course show you the solution as well. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. The way you'd solve this is by, instead of using the H1, using its smaller sibling, the H2, like that. It has the exact same so-called syntax as the H1, so instead of a 1, you use a 2. If we now run this, there you go. We have achieved the design we wanted, so great job, let's move on.
So you just mentioned that you want to learn Python. So do not learn Python in manual way in 2025, because learning Python in manual.
Before we move on to the next challenge, there's one thing I want to make sure that you are aware of. And that is that if you have an HTML file locally on your computer and you have a browser, what you can do is simply drag and drop that file into the browser and then it'll be rendered. So that is actually more or less the same thing that's happening here on Scrimba, though here we have a mini browser and the text editor inside of, well, your browser, because Scrimba itself is browser-based. So a little bit meta, but it's essentially the same thing. Okay, now it's time for you to get some more muscle memory on how to write HTML tags and also get to know 2 new tags, because I want you to create a news article. And more specifically, this news article right here, which has a title that says humans have reached Mars. It has a subheading right here and also some regular text. And the HTML tags are H1 for the title, H3 for this one. You haven't used an H3 for, but I think you know how to do it. And then there's finally a P tag for the text at the bottom. P is short for paragraph, and I have provided a little syntax example for you here. However, if you've understood the logic of how to write these tags by now, it shouldn't come as a surprise how you do that. Okay, here is also the text so that you don't have to write all of that out. You can just copy paste it instead. So now, starting here on line 13, write the HTML we need in order to create this news article. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's start with the H1. I'm going to create the open and closing tag and then paste in the text like that, running the code. Yes, it works. Moving on to the H3, copying the text, then rerunning the browser, and there we go. Finally, there is the paragraph, like this. Rerunning the code, and there we go. We have achieved this exact layout. Great job. Let's move on. Now you're going to learn about images, because I really think our Mars article needs an image. The way to do that is by using the IMG tag. So we start with our angle brackets and then write simply IMG inside of those. And what's unique about this tag is that you don't need a closing tag. So there is no closing IMG, as there is a closing H1 or closing IMG. This exact layout. Great job. Let's move on. Now you're going to learn about images, because I really think our Mars article needs an image. The way to do that is by using the IMG tag. So we start with our angle brackets and then write simply IMG inside of those. And what's unique about this tag is that you don't need a closing tag. So there is no closing IMG, as there is a closing H1 or closing paragraph. This is simply not needed. So it's often called a self-closing tag. And some people use the slash at the end of the opening tag like this, just to signify that it is closing itself. However, it's not really needed, so we can skip it. And I think in general that less code is better code, so I am just going to skip it. However, if you prefer to have it like this, that's totally fine as well. Okay, enough syntax. How do we get this image to work? Because right now, if we re-render this page, nothing has happened.
रोज जॉब्स अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ, एक भी इंटरव्यू कॉल नहीं आया।
भाई मैनुअली अप्लाई मत कर।
How much red these have and how they are nested documents. Online. So it's time for a challenge. Super are equal to the way to do that is by writing src, which is short for source. And then we write equals, and then two quotes. Because inside of these two quotes, we're going to specify the image we want to render. And here on the left-hand side, you can see I have mars.jpg. It is in the same directory as our index.html file, meaning I can simply do mars.jpg, then run the code, and there we go. We have our image. That is super cool. However, you can see that this image behaves a little bit differently from our paragraph, for example. Because whereas the paragraph take up the entire width, the image just take up whatever width it needs, leaving us with white space on the right-hand side if the browser is too wide, or cutting off the image if the browser is too narrow. And I actually want this image to behave like our other paragraphs. So I'm going to show you a little hack to do that. Because normally you'd use CSS for doing this, but there is a little trick we can use by simply utilizing the width attribute. That is an attribute just like source is an attribute, and it uses the same syntax. We'll do with equals and then two quotes. And then inside of the quotes, we can write, for example, 100%. We now rerun this. You can write, for example, 100%. We now, inside of the quotes, we can write, for example, 100%. We now rerun this. You can see, yes, our image is now scaling with the size of our browser, looking super neat. Now, as I said, this is a hack. So if you show this around to people, you might get this annoying guy saying, well, actually, that's not valid HTML according. Get this annoying guy saying, well, actually, that's not valid HTML according to the specification. But you know what? Let's not care about that. At this point, you should not give a darn about specifications, validity, and aka correct HTML. You should instead look at yourself like a hacker who grabs whatever tool you need in order to get the job done. So now, we're going to use this, even though we know it's a hack, because later down the line, you're going to learn the proper way of doing this using CSS, the language we use for styling websites. So with that out of the way, I want to show you one more thing before I give you a challenge. Because one thing that's super cool is that you can actually borrow images from wherever you want online. So if you find an image you like, you can borrow it and use it in your project. Let me show you how. So if we Google Mars, for example, and click on the Images tab, and then click on whatever image we think is cool, for example, this one right here, and then in this image view, on the right hand side here, you can right click and choose Copy Image Address. Once you've copied that, you can simply paste it into the source attribute. So I'm going to remove mars.jpg and paste in the image address, which I just copied. If we now run the code, you can see there we go. We have borrowed this super cool image from another website online. So it's time for a challenge. What I want you to do now is add a second image to our article. I want you to find one via Google and then place it under the H1 element, but above the H3 element. So that is right here. And finally, remember to use the width attribute to make the image as wide as the other elements. I'm going to leave you here with the Mars image again and wish you good luck. Go ahead and solve this challenge right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. What you need to do is write the angle brackets, img, then set the source to whatever image you found online. I'm going to reuse the one I found earlier, like that. If we're rendering this, this is a really wide image by default. That's not what we want. We want it to scale with our browser, so we need the width attribute. Width equals 100%, like that. And now we have two super cool images in our article, both scaling up and down with the size of the browser. Great job. Let's move on. Okay, now you're going to learn about something called nesting, which is the act of nesting HTML elements inside of other HTML elements. So let me show it to you in practice. Reuse the one I found earlier, like that. If we're rendering this, found online, I'm going to reuse the one I found earlier, like the source to whatever image you found. This is a really wide image by default. That's not what we want. We want it to scale with our browser, so we need the width attribute. Width equals 100%, like that. And now we have two super cool images in our article, both scaling up and down with the size of the browser. Great job. Let's move on. Okay, now you're going to learn about something called nesting, which is the act of nesting HTML elements inside of other HTML elements. To scale with our browser. This is a really wide image by default. That's not what we want. We want it to scale with our browser, so we need the width attribute. Width equals 100%, like that. And now we have two super cool images in our article, both scaling up and down with the size of the browser. Great job, let's move on.
In the ₹9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In 9 rupees, you will learn how to automate your reports, how to automate your presentation, how you can create entire applications without having any coding.
Okay, now you're going to learn about something called nesting, which is the act of nesting HTML elements inside of other HTML elements. So let me show it to you in practice. Let's say that we want to group all of these elements here together. What we then do is above all of the HTML tags, write another HTML tag. And in this case, we'd use the so-called div, which is short for divider. However, I don't think that is a very good name. I would rather call this, for example, a container, though div is what it's called, so we're just going to have to stick with that. Now, in order to nest elements inside of this div, we'd write the closing tag below all of the HTML tags in our article. And then, for readability purposes, we'd indent all of the tags in our article. So now, our h1, image, h3, p, and image here are all children of this div tag right here. This doesn't change our layout at all. So this div tag here is invisible. However, it has now given us the ability to target the entire article just by targeting this div right here. And that is useful if we, for example, want to add some styling to our entire article using CSS, or somehow manipulate it using JavaScript, which is the programming language that you use in browsers. And very often, you'll actually see a ton of divs on a page. So for example, you'd see another div around this image element here, which then would have been indented yet another time in order to signal that this is indeed an element type right here too. So this div tag here is invisible. However, it has now given us the ability to target the entire article just by targeting this div right here. And that is useful if we, for example, want to add some styling to our entire article using CSS, or somehow manipulate it using JavaScript, which is the programming language that you use in browsers. And very often, you'll actually see a ton of divs on a page. So for example, you'd see another div around this image element here, which then would have been indented yet another time in order to signal that this is indeed a child of this div, which again is a child element of this div. Now, if we were to visualize an HTML document, it would look something like this. You'd have, for example, a div up here, and it would have two children, which could be their own divs, like this. And then this left-hand div here would, for example, have an image tag as its first child, and also an h3 as its second child. The other div on the right-hand side could have an h1 tag as its child, p tag as its child, maybe even another div as its child. And then if we go yet another level deep, this paragraph tag might have its own child, which could be, for example, an a tag, which you haven't learned about yet, but which you'll learn about soon, as that is the so-called anchor tag that allows you to create links on websites. And looking at this visualization, you might think, well, this kind of looks like a family tree. And yes, it does. And that is exactly why we call this structure the HTML document tree, because we are inside of an HTML document, and how they are nested inside of each other becomes kind of like a tree, where you have a trunk and then branches going out from that, and then yet again new branches going out from those branches, and so on and so on. So now that you know that, let's move on to the next scrim.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously?
Okay, now we're going to use your newly acquired internet superpowers in order to perform a little practical joke. Because you might have a friend who is far too obsessed with a sports team. For example, I myself am a Manchester United fan, and one of the worst things I can imagine is if some rich billionaire buys the club and changes its name. That would make me truly outrageous. So what we're going to do now is change the news on BBC Sports, so that you then can show this page to a Man United fan and thus make them really upset while you get a good laugh. So let's go ahead and do this. Here on the BBC Sports page, on this top article here, I'm going to right-click on the text. And then you can see it gives me the option to choose Inspect. Now, note that this is on a Chrome browser, as that is what I'm using. If you're in a different browser, there might be slightly different steps here or a different wording. But overall, in general, the steps are the same. So I'm going to click on Inspect, and then you can see that it opens up this panel on the bottom of the browser. This is called the Developer Tools. And here you can see we are in the Elements tab, and that shows us the HTML elements that are on the page. And here, the one we have chosen now, which happens to light up this area on the BBC site, contains on this H tag, and there you can see it contains an H3 tag nested inside of it. If we click on that one as well, you can see that there we see the text that is rendered in the browser. So here we can double click on that text and change it, for example, to something as awful as Jeff Bezos to buy Man United and rename the club after himself. Oh my god, that is about the worst range that is rendered in the browser. So here we can double click on that text and change it, for example, to something as awful as Jeff Bezos to buy Man United and rename the club after himself. Oh my god, that is about the worst piece of news any United fan can read. So if we now hit enter, there you can see, boom, we have changed the text on BBC. Now, let's click on this paragraph here as well. Open it up, because there we can also change the text that is written underneath the title. Let's paste in, the US billionaire says he doesn't follow the Premier League, but wants to own the club to grow his personal brand. Oh, this just gets worse and worse. So now if we hit enter, that is also rendered in the browser. Now I'm going to scroll a little bit up in the DevTools here and hover over this div tag here, because as you can see, that highlights our image. So it seems to be that our image is nested inside of a div tag. Let's open it up by clicking on this triangle. And there we can see another div tag. Well, okay, still highlighting the image. Let's open up that one as well. Oh, wow. There we have yet another div tag, a div inside of a div inside of a div. This is web development in a nutshell. Let's open it up again, and there, yes, we can see our image tag. I'll scroll a bit down, and you can see there are tons of different attributes here. We're going to ignore almost all of these, and then instead direct our attention towards the SRC attribute. That one we know, because that is the one we need to change in order to change this image. So now let's open up a new window, search for Jeff Bezos, click on an image we like, for example, this one right here, right-click on it and choose Copy Image Address. Then can do now is double-click on this source and then remove the existing source inside of the quotes, like that, and then paste in our image of Jeff Bezos. However, if we now hit enter, you can see nothing changed, and that is because BBC is a little bit fancy here. They use another attribute called SRC set, which helps the browser render different sized images on different types of screens, depending on what kind of image is appropriate for the given screen the website is rendered on. So what we're going to do here is just double click on the SRC set so that everything's highlighted and just delete all of it and then hit enter. And boom, there you go. We have Jeff Bezos looking pretty ready to acquire this football club and rename it Bezos United. Finally, I'm going to close this panel by clicking on the X in the right corner here, and there you go. We have our article. So now the final step is just to take this site, show it to someone who is a Manchester United fan, and get a good laugh. Now, a final notice, if you refresh this page, you will lose your changes because you only made your changes locally, and when you refresh it, the entire page gets the fresh data from the database of BBC and not from whatever local changes you did. And since it is local, that also of course implies that your changes only happen on your computer. You don't change BBC in production, of course. So go ahead and play around with some sites online, see if you can come up with a fun little practical joke for a friend. Have fun, and I'll see you in the next scrim.
Do you know what's the future of cloud computing? It's Docker and Kubernetes. Why? Now we're going to get you onboarded to the Scrimba community, because this career path is so much more than just a course. It's also a social experience where you are able to get help, meet like-minded people, network, and find inspiration. Our Discord server is at the heart of our community, and thousands of coding students just like you are online at any given time.
Okay, let's join their community then. What else, right? And I have got Discord on my laptop, no big deal. I see Scrimba community, huh? Okay, let me join this then. And how do I join this? Yeah. Let's go. Ouch, my Discord lagged. They say I should do onboarding. Should I show all these things? Okay, I've joined Scrimba. Let's go. Let me go where I was. Let's go.
We pride ourselves on keeping our Discord an ultra supportive and friendly space, and we welcome coders of all abilities, from complete beginner to professional. And we have a ton of channels for all kinds of coding and work-related subjects. So in a moment, click on this link, this screenshot, or any of the screenshots you see in this scrim. That's right, remember a scrim is not a video, so the link that you can see right here, that is a live link, you can click it. This is going to take you through to Discord, and you can just follow the steps to get registered and onboarded into our Discord server. And that will no doubt involve proving that you're human by identifying elks or something. Once you're done, why not make your first stop on our Discord server the Introduce Yourself channel? Let us know who you are, where you're from, what your aims are, what you like to do when you're not coding. This is your first opportunity to interact with the community. And then, why not browse the channels? And I'm just going to point out a few highlights. We have the Announcements channel for news and updates. There's a Stay Accountable section with Today I Will and Today I Did. These channels can help you set goals and brag about your success. Career Chat, as the name suggests, is where you can get and give help on career-related matters. The I Built This channel is a great place to show off the amazing projects you've been building. And if we just scroll down a little bit more, we can see that we've got the general help channels here for JavaScript, design, HTML, React. And then here we've got specific channels for each module of this career path. So you can always go there if you get stuck and you need a bit of help, or if you want to pay it forward and help out some other students. Now, if we go right back up to the top, we have events, and this will show you up and coming events for the Scrimba community. Every Tuesday, we host the Scrimba Town Hall on Discord. And if you click into events, you'll see that the next town hall is already scheduled, and it will show you the time in your local time zone. So for me here in the UK, it's at 5 p.m. on Tuesdays. The town hall is a live event, especially for the Scrimba community, with 45 minutes to an hour of chat on all things Scrimba, learning to code, and getting jobs in tech. Each week is a bit different. Sometimes we interview students who recently got hired to hear about the process, for example, or we review some code or give feedback on a CV, but we always have time to answer your questions. So do come along and join us. It's an interactive experience. You can chat with us, and it would be great to see you there. It's a great chance for you to interact with the Scrimba team and have your say. You'll find the Town Hall channel right here in the sidebar. Also, check out the Scrimba podcast. There is a new episode every week, and it's packed with motivational advice and job hunting strategies from developers who've been exactly where you are now. You can click this slide or find it wherever you usually get your podcasts. I'm going to leave you with these two links. We've got the Scrimba podcast and our Discord server. Once you've checked them out, come back here and you're ready to get started coding your very first web app.
Vibe Coding 101 Part 3. Stop typing your prompts. Seriously, you're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day, but typing detailed context takes forever. So you send lazy prompts and you get mediocre results. I've been there and it's not fun.
Now you're going to learn about your very first interactive HTML element, and that is the button tag, because buttons are all over the web. So to create a button, simply start with your angle bracket and a button opening tag, and then a button closing tag, like that. And in between the two tags, you write whatever text you want inside of your button. Now, as you can see, it's styled with a background color that also has a border around it. And you can even click it. Now, this button doesn't do anything. In order to hook this up with some kind of feature, for example, trigger a purchase, then you'd have to learn JavaScript. And that is outside the scope of this course, but something you'll learn later in the front-end developer career path. So for now, our button will just be there and pretend to do something while actually being pretty useless. Now that you've seen this once, I want to put you on the spot and give you a challenge. I want you to create a layout according to the design in this slide. So imagine that you are building a website where people are to sign up. Then it would be very natural to have something like this, where you have an H1 at the top welcoming them, a paragraph with a little message, and then a sign up button. So I want you to create this layout. You don't have to write the text because I've provided it here. Just make sure that you set up the HTML tags correctly
हाँ हाँ मैंने
so
read
renders
किया.
properly on the page. Good luck. Okay, let's like this slide. So imagine that you are building a website where people are to sign up. Then it would be very natural to have something like this, where you have an H1 at the top welcoming them, a paragraph with a little message, and then a sign up button. So I want you to create this layout. You don't have to write the text because I've provided it here. Just make sure that you set up the HTML tags correctly so that it renders properly on the page. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's now do it together. I'll start with the welcome H1 tag. That went well. Let's now do it together. I'll start with the welcome H1 tag, like that. Paste that in, and boom, there we go. Next up, there's the paragraph, opening tag, closing tag, and then pasting the text in between. Running this code, it still looks correct. Finally, the button, like that, with sign up written inside of it. And boom, there we go. We have our completely useless sign up form that doesn't do anything. But in the next scrim, we're going to add on to this. So stay tuned and then I'll see you there. The sign up section we have here is actually pretty useless because there's no way for our users to add, for example, their username or a password. So in this script, we're going to fix that, which leads us to the input tag. The input tag is, just like images, a self-closing tag. So we only write the opening tag and not the closing tag like we do with buttons, for example. However, we have to specify what kind of type our input should be. So it has this type attribute, just as the image has a source attribute. And the value of the type can be a range of different options, but we're going to start off with the most common one, and that is text. If we run this, you can see we get this nice little text box in the browser. Another handy attribute is the placeholder. That's where we can give the user a hint about what kind of data we're asking for. So for example, enter username, like that. If we run this, you can see it says enter username. Okay. Let's do a mini challenge. We of course want them to enter their password as well. So I want you to create a new input field on line 4, which is identical to the one on line 3, though it should say enter password in the placeholder as opposed to enter username. And don't just copy this line and change this word. I want you to get some muscle memory here. So go ahead and do that right now. Okay, hopefully you did like this. Input. Type equals text, placeholder, enter password, like that. And there we go. Now you can enter a username and a password. However, in the real world, passwords are never exposed like that. The characters are always masked. And the way we achieve that is simply by changing the type from text to password, like that. If we run the code now, you can see the username is shown, but the password is masked. Really nice. And speaking of this type attribute here, it can take a range of different values, which turn into really interesting interactive elements on the page. For example, you can do type equals date. Let's say you want the user to add their birth date during sign up, and then you get this nice little date picker. Or you can do type equals time. For example, if you want the user to be able to configure when they should get some kind of notification, that gives the user a nice time picker. Or let's say you want to give the user a way to configure the theme of their profile with colors. Then you can do type equals color, and then you get this powerful color picker where the user can add basically any color there is through moving around on these dots. So the input tag is a really versatile tool in your toolbox. Okay, let's move on to the main challenge, because I want our users to have profile pictures, which means that you need to add an age. You can see the username is shown, but the password is masked. Really nice. And speaking of this type attribute here, it can take a range of different values, which turn into really interesting
नाराज नहीं हूँ, डरा हुआ हूँ, डर लग रहा है।
Interactive elements on the page. For example, you can do type equals date. Let's say you want the user to pick a range of different values, which turn into really interesting interactive elements on the page. For example, you can do type equals date. Let's say you want the user to add their birth date during sign up, and then you get this nice little date picker. Or you can do type equals time. For example, if you want the user to be able to configure when they should get some kind of notification, that gives the user a nice time picker. Or let's say you want to give the user a way to configure the theme of their profile with colors. Then you can do type equals color, and then you get this powerful color picker where the user can add basically any color there is through moving around on these dots. So the input tag is a really versatile tool in your toolbox. Okay, let's move on to the main challenge, because I want our users to have profile pictures, which means that you need to add an HTML input field that lets them upload image files. And I'm not going to tell you what kind of type that input field has. I'm just going to show you how it looks, which is like this. You've probably seen it online before. It's basically a button, and when you click it, it lets you choose an image from your local file system. And the reason I want you to figure out what the type attributes should be here is because being good at Googling is actually a huge part of being a good attribute. That input field lets them upload image files. And I'm not going to tell you what kind of type that input field has. I'm just going to show you how it looks, which is like this. You've probably seen it online before. It's basically a button, and when you click it, it lets you choose an image from your local file system. And the reason I want you to figure out what the type attributes should be here is because being good at Googling is actually a huge part. Of being a good programmer. And the two are actually not that easy to separate from each other. So this gives you a way to practice those Googling skills. And I'm going to give you a hint that the keywords you should use are found in this last sentence right here. So go ahead and solve this challenge right now, and then I will of course show you the solution when you return back to me. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do this. The keywords I think are important here are HTML input, because we know we're looking for an HTML input tag. And then what is our intent? Well, it is to upload image files, and I think Google can handle this just by combining HTML input, upload image files. If we just paste that into Google, let's see what we get. And as you can see, when we search for that, we get a first hit from developer.mozilla.org. Let's click into that, and we just can handle this just by combining HTML input, upload image files. If we just paste that into Google, let's see what we get. And as you can see, when we search for that, we get a first hit from developer.mozilla.org. Let's click into that, and here you can see the title is input type equals file. And we get this little code snippet here. It also says input elements with type file. Let the user choose one or more files from their device storage. Sounds pretty good so far. Let's zoom in on the code here. And there you can see that they are actually using the profile picture example themselves. Choose a profile picture with this button, which looks suspiciously similar to what I just showed you a couple of minutes ago. So I think we've found it. What we're looking for is to Apple user choose one or more files from their device storage. Sounds pretty good so far. Let's zoom in on the code here. And there you can see that they are actually using the profile picture example themselves. Choose a profile picture with this button, which looks suspiciously similar to what I just showed you a couple of minutes ago. So I think we've found it. What we're looking for is type equals file. Let's add this up above the sign up button. Input type equals file, like that. If we run this code, yes, there we go. We get this button, which looks like exactly what we're looking for.
अभी भी मैन्युअली अप्लाई कर रहा है भाई. Recruiters 1000 applications.
Okay, now we're going to move on from using Google to building Google. I mean, how cool is that? You've learned HTML for just about 30 minutes, and now you're going to build the most visited website in the world. That is just amazing. As you can see here on the similar web overview, Google is at the very top amongst the most visited websites in the world, beating sites like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Wikipedia, and all the way at 10th, a pornography site, of course. And by the way, it's a little bit sad to see that this adult site has almost 3 times the average visit duration of Wikipedia. So a pretty deep insight about humankind right there. Anyway, we are going to build google.com and it'll look like this. However, now you're probably wondering, how can we make a page look like this? This doesn't look like regular HTML. And that is because I've cheated a little bit and added this line up here, which is a link tag to styles.css. And if you look at the file menu in the left-hand side, you can see that actually we have a file called styles.css, which contains exactly that. Cascading style sheets, which is the language for styling websites, and which you're going to learn all about a little bit later in this course. However, for now, I want you to completely ignore this. What you should do instead is just create the 4 HTML tags we need in order to create a google.com clone, and then this CSS will be pulled in and take care of styling the elements as they should be, so that it will look like this. And to give you a hint, this is an image file pointing to google.png, the file I've added here, and PNG is just a file format, just like JPEG. You can use it in the exact same way as we used JPEGs earlier on, so you should know how to do that. And this is an input field. You have to figure out what kind of type it is. I think you might have a clue. This is a button on the left-hand side, and this is also a button. So basically, it is these 4 tags you need to create in order to build a clone. JPEGs earlier on, so you should know how to do that. And this is the added here, and PNG is just a file format, just like JPEG. You can use it in the exact same way as we used JPEGs earlier on, so you should know how to do that. And this is an input field. You have to figure out what kind of type it is. I think you might have a clue. This is a button on the left-hand side, and this is also a button. So basically, it is these 4 tags you need to create in order to build a clone of the Tron. So you should, I think you might have a clue. This is a button on the left-hand side, and this is also a button. So basically, it is these 4 tags you need to create in order to build a clone of the world's biggest website. So go ahead and do that. Start down here and ignore the line up here. And then when you return back to me, I will of course show you the solution as well. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. If not, no worries. Let's do it together. So, starting with the image tag for the Google logo, I'm going to do IMG like that. And it's a self-closing one, so I don't need a closing tag, but I need a source attribute. And it should point to the google.png file. So I'll just do google.png like that. And let's run this, and ooh, there we go. We got the logo. Okay, moving on. Let's do the input field, also a self-closing tag. Running the code, and there we go. Okay, and let's run this, and ooh, there we go. We got the logo. Okay, moving on. Let's do the input field, also a self-closing tag. Running the code, and there we go. We have a input field. Looking pretty good. Okay, next up, there's the 2 buttons, one saying Google search and one saying I'm feeling lucky. So I'm going to add both of these and do I'm feeling lucky like that. Let's run this. And there we go. We have a Google clone with just 4 HTML elements. So if you did this, give yourself a pat on the back. It is fantastically well done. You should really be proud of yourself. And if you didn't manage to do it, just try it again, and I think you'll make it. At this point, it might be a good idea to take a little break and digest everything you've learned. And then when you are ready to continue, I will see you in the next scrim.
I'm ready.
Make your move with Hostinger sale. For just 199 rupees a month, get managed hosting for WordPress.
Okay, now that you've built Google.com, you probably want to showcase your project on some kind of portfolio page. So let's pretend we're creating exactly that. Here we have the index.html page, the main page of our portfolio. And as you can see, it says Per Harold Borgen, developer, teacher, procrastinator. So a really good description of myself, though what it lacks is some kind of page or section which describes my projects. Though I have actually created the underlying page for exactly that over here on work.html. As you can see, this is a few tags that describes my google.com project. However, there's no way for the users to know this. The only way they can get to this page now is by actually typing work.html up in the browser here, and then it is rendered. We don't want that. Instead, we want some kind of link from the index page, that is this one, that points towards the work.html. And in order for us to achieve that, you have to learn about anchor tags, aka links. An anchor tag is simply an HTML tag with an A. So let's open and close an anchor tag and write, for example, check out my projects here, like that. If we run this, it seemingly looks just like our paragraph. Check tag with an A. So let's open and close an anchor tag and write, for example, check out my projects here, like that. If we run this, it seemingly looks just like our paragraph, and we can't click it either. And that is because for anchor tags, you also have to provide it with an href attribute. That's short for hypertext reference. Really fancy, scary looking word right there. Don't worry about it. All this attribute does is decide where the link should point to. So if we do equal and then two quotes, we can inside the quotes simply write work.html. If we now run this, you can see that it renders as a link, and when we click it, boom, we're taken to the work.html page. Really nice. Now, another thing I want to show you with anchor tags is that you can nest them inside of other tags and actually inline in a text block. So let's say that we want to link to google.com from this site. Then we'll create a paragraph which can say something like check out the live demo here. And we only want the here word to be a clickable link. Well, then we'll simply wrap the anchor tag around here as well. And we'll close it before we close the paragraph. And then we'll do the href, paste in the URL to google.com. Now, this is a link that points to an external website, not to any of our pages. So if we run this, you can see that the link is now only over the here word. However, if I click this link now, the Scrimba mini browser will try to head over to google.com, and we only allow the mini browser to render Scrimba projects at the moment, so that won't work. Instead, what I'm going to do is make this link open in a new tab. And the way we do that is through a new attribute. So first I'm just going to break this into a new line just to improve the readability a little bit. And then here, in a new tab, new lit, a cryptic, now a new, if you score, and then it's going to break open in a new tab. And the way we do that, if we found word to be to the 8 points to an external website, not to any of our pages. So if we run this, you can see that the link is now only over the here word. However, if I click this link now, the Scrimba mini browser will try to head over to google.com, and we only allow the mini browser to render Scrimba projects at the moment, so that won't work. Instead, what I'm going to do is make this link open in a new tab. And the way we do that is through a new attribute. So first I'm just going to break this into a new line just to improve the readability a little bit. And then here, I'm going to write target equals We only allow the mini browser to render Scrimba projects at the moment, so that won't work. Instead, what I'm going to do is make this link open in a new tab. And the way we do that is through a new attribute. So first I'm just going to break this into a new line just to improve the readability a little bit. And then here I'm going to write target equals underscore blank. And to try to head over to google.com, and we only allow the mini browser to render Scrimba projects at the moment, so that won't work. Instead, what I'm going to do is make this link open in a new tab. And the way we do that is through a new attribute. So first I'm just going to break this into a new line just to improve the readability a little bit. And then here I'm going to over the here word. However, if I click this link now, the Scrimba mini browser will try to head over to google.com, and we only allow the mini browser to render Scrimba projects at the moment, so that won't work. Instead, what I'm going to do is make this link open in a new tab. And the way we do that is through a new attribute. So first I'm just going to break this into a new line just to improve the readability a little bit. And then here I'm going to write target equals underscore blank. Now that is a cryptic way of saying that you want the link to open up in a new tab, I know. But if we now run this, if you click on this link, what you'll see is that in your main browser, a new tab will be opened at the google.com homepage. So I'm not going to now run the way of saying that you want the link to open up in a new tab, I know. But if we now run this, if you click on this link, what you'll see is that in your main browser, a new tab will be opened at the google.com homepage. So I'm not going to go deeper into why it's called target equals underscore blank, but this is the way to do it. I, of course, wish that HTML had a better solution for this. For example, new tab equals yes. That would have made a lot more sense to me. But this is how it is. You just have to accept it. Okay, that was a lot of talking from me. Now it's time for a challenge. I want you to create an anchor tag that links back to the index.html page, because if a user ends up on this page, they also need a way to get back to the main page. So create that link here, however you want, and then I will show you the solution when you return back to me. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's create this anchor tag. I'll wrap it inside of a paragraph and write turn to homepage. So and then I'll simply wrap the homepage word in an anchor tag like that and point that anchor tag to index.html. If we run this, you can see return to homepage, and if we click that, we are back at the homepage. Great job. Let's go homepage. Homepage word in an anchor to I will back to the main page. So create that link here, however you want, and then I will show you the solution when you return back to me. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's create this anchor tag. I'll wrap it inside of a paragraph and write turn to homepage, and then I'll simply wrap the homepage word in an anchor tag like that and point that anchor tag to index.html. If we run this, you can see return to homepage, and if we click that, we are back at the homepage. Great job. Let's move on. Okay, we're back at our Google example here, and now I want you to add an anchor tag to the page, because sometimes you'll see that Google adds a little text in an anchor tag like that and point that anchor tag to index.html. If we run this, you can see return to homepage, and if we click that, we are back at the homepage. Great job. Let's move on. Okay, we're back at our Google example here, and now I want you to add an anchor tag to the page, because sometimes you'll see that Google adds a little text underneath the buttons. For example, something about privacy, like we protect your privacy, then with a learn how link that you can click on to read more about that. So that is exactly what I want you to do. I want you to add an anchor tag that points to blog.html. As you can see, I've added a blog.html file up here, and I want you to wrap the link inside of a paragraph tag. So just as it is here, you can see it's an entire paragraph here, but the anchor tag is only wrapping the second sentence. So go ahead and do that right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it. We'll start with the paragraph, opening and closing tag, and then do we protect your privacy like that. And here we're going to add the anchor tag inline. So I'll do a open and close and do an href as well. Point it to blog.html and the text should be learn how. Let's run this and boom, there we go. We have added a nice little link here. If we want to learn more about Google privacy, then we can click this link, but not much to see here. Turns out that privacy probably isn't as important for a company who makes money by showing ads to users. Anyway, we can click on this link, return back to Google, and there we are. Great job solving this challenge. Let's move on. Okay, now we're going to talk about how to structure HTML documents. Because the structure we have here isn't actually correct. It's a very simplified structure compared to how it should be, though it does work. So I didn't want to give you all of these theoretical, boring structure things up front. I wanted you to build stuff from the get-go without the added complexity of the proper HTML structure. As my philosophy is first make it work and then the structure things work correct. HTML give you build as a point where we should make it better. So let's have a look at how to structure HTML documents properly. And HTML is actually quite like us humans. It has a head and a body. And what do you place inside of these elements? Well, in the body, that's where you place the tags you see on the page. And that is these tags here. So our image, our input, button, paragraph, and our anchor tag. Because these are visible on the page. Now, of course, the CSS styling up here also results in a different layout, but the link tag in itself is not something that is rendered on the page, so it should not be in the body tag. So let's just add the body right here. We'll add the starting tag, tag and CSS graph, and our anchor tag, because these are visible on the page. Now, of course, the CSS styling up here also results in a different layout, but the link tag in itself is not something that is rendered on the page, so it should not be in the body tag. So let's just add the body right here. We'll add the starting tag, and then the closing tag down here on line 9, and then we'll indent everything inside of the body, like that. So moving on to the head, that's where we add metadata. And what do I mean about that? Well, it can be many things. For example, styles. So this link right here should be inside of the head. We'll do head and then close it off here like that. Other things we'll have in the head is the title tag. So let's have a look at what that is. If we navigate over to the BBC football page and zoom in on the top, you can see up in the tab, it has an icon. It says football-BBC Sport. And all of this data, both the fav icon at the beginning here and this sentence up inside of the head. We'll do head and then close it off here like that. Other things we'll have in the head is the title tag. So let's have a look at what that is. If we navigate over to the BBC football page and zoom in on the top, you can see up in the tab, it has an icon. It says football-BBC Sport. And all of this data, both the fav icon at the beginning here and this sentence is controlled by elements we place inside of the head tag. So if we want to add a title text in a tab, simply write title, and then, for example, google.com would be natural to write here. Though we haven't implemented tabs in the mini browser here on Scrimba, so you won't see that. But had we done that, it would have looked like this, though it of course would have said google.com instead. So we don't need that, so let's just remove it. Another thing that is controlled by tags inside of the head tag is how articles are shown on social media. So if we zoom out a little bit here and click in on this article at the top here, and if we now were to take this URL and share it, for example, on Twitter, what we then would get is a different heading on the Twitter card than what the article natively has. And also a different image than the main image on the article. So this is metadata that has told Twitter that if this article is shared on Twitter, we want you to use this heading instead of the heading that is inside of the article. And also this image instead of this image right here. So that was a lot about the head tag. We're not going to use the head that much, but I wanted to give you an understanding about why it is important. Now, there's one more HTML tag we need, and that is the HTML tag in itself, which should wrap all other HTML tags. So we need to, up here at the very top, write HTML, and at the very bottom, close it off, and also then indent everything inside of it, like that. And then there's one more thing, which is to me a little bit annoying that we need, and that is the doc type declaration. Because you have to tell the browser that we're actually using HTML5 and not HTML4. That's just a version of the HTML specification, and that is done by this line up here. You can see it's blue and it starts with an exclamation mark, so it's actually not an HTML tag, it's just metadata for the browser. Because if you don't do this, the browser will assume that you're not using HTML5 but an earlier version of HTML, and that might result in some quirks on the page. Though in 99% of cases, there will be no difference between adding this and not having it. So at times, you'll probably see tutorials on Scrimba where I've forgotten to add this, because for the purposes of our example, it won't make any difference. But if you have something that you want to deploy to the world and have in production, then you just have to accept that you need this sign up at the top. And sometimes you'll see people write it in capital letters as well. Doesn't really matter. I prefer having lowercase letters. Okay, that was a lot of theory. It's time to get your hands on the keyboard. And luckily though, we have a blog.html file which doesn't have the proper HTML structure. So your challenge is simply to add the proper HTML document structure to this page. And I don't want you to copy paste my tags, but write them out on your own instead so that you build up that ever so important muscle memory. Go ahead and give this one a shot right now, and then I will of course do it myself when you return back to me. Okay, let's do this. I'll start with the body, as that should wrap our visible elements on the page, like that. And then I'll do the head, though we haven't linked to the styles on this page, so the head will actually just be empty, like this. So I'll keep it on one line. Moving on, it is the HTML document, and that should wrap everything. So I'll do like that. And at the very end, I'll add the doc type HTML to tell the browser that we are working with HTML5 and not HTML4. So if we now navigate over to the blog.html site, you can see that nothing has seemed. So tell the browser that now navigate over to the blog.html site, you can see that nothing has seemingly changed. And as goes for the main page itself, this structure we've added doesn't result in any visible change. We just have a more correct underlying code file to work with. Great job, let's move on.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start.
Now you are going to learn about lists. Because let's say that you, for example, want to create some kind of a tribute site. It could be for whatever. For example, want to create some kind of a tribute site. Lists. Because let's say that you, for example, want to create some kind of going to learn about lists. Because let's say that you, for example, want to create some kind of a tribute site. It could be for whatever. For example, I don't know, the Beijing Winter Olympics. If that's one of your interests, you might want to create a tribute site where you list out the top nations who competed or something like that. And if so, you would have to use an HTML list. So let's first just figure out which nation actually won the most medals in the Beijing Olympics. So I'm going to click on the medals tab here on the Olympics site. And here we got it, and zoom in a little bit. And oh, wow. It turns out that actually Norway, my country, completely obliterated the other countries with 16 gold medals over other nations like Germany, China, and the US. That is really astonishing, especially consider the fact that the size of the Norwegian population is this compared to the other nations here. I mean, way to go, Norway. We gotta create this list in HTML. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, we have to use two different tags. One tag for wrapping the entire list and another tag for each list item. The wrapper tag is one called OL. That's short for ordered list. And then inside of the ordered list, we place the list items, the LI tags. So when we do this and write Norway here, render this, you can see that the browser gives this a number, as it is the first item in the list, and also indents it a little bit from the left-hand side. So adding another one. There, it then gets the number 2 and is stacked below the first one. So let's add the final ones. Like that. Looking pretty good. We have a list, just like on the Olympic site. Now, If we wanted to be a little bit more diplomatic here and not brag too much about this insane victory by Norway, we could change this OL to a UL. That is an unordered list. And as you can see, then the numbers are replaced with dots. And now you might ask yourself, well, why do we need these unordered lists? They look like kind of boring elements you just use in Word documents or something like that. Well, once you learn about CSS, you'll be able to style your list however you want, and thus make it much more usable. If we, for example, head over to BBC Sports here and right-click on the navbar here and click Inspect, then we'll see that actually this entire navbar is an unordered list item, with each of the categories being its own list items. So lists are all over the web and important to learn. Okay, now I'm going to remove all of this and give you a quick little challenge, because I want you to create an ordered list inside of the body tag and then fill it with your top 3 favorite foods. So go ahead and give this a shot right now. And give a challenge. Okay, now I'm going to remove all of this and give you a quick little challenge, because I want you to create an ordered list inside of the body tag and then fill it with your top 3 favorite foods. So go ahead and give this a shot right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it. So we start out with an OL tag that we're opening up and closing. And as for the list items, even though Norway is a great Winter Olympics country, it is a truly mediocre country when it comes to food. So my favorite food is definitely from other places than where I'm from. I love Italian pasta. I love Japanese ramen soup. And lately, I've been really into pad thai. So there we have it rendered out on the page. Really good job learning about HTML lists. Let's keep up the pace and move on. Okay, now you have arrived to the main project of this section. You are going to build a website about yourself and really into pad thai. So there we have it rendered out on the page. Really good job learning about HTML lists. Let's keep up the pace and move on. Okay, now you have arrived to the main project of this section. You are going to build a website about yourself. And we're going to personalize it as well, plus deploy it to the world so that anyone around the world can visit this website. It is going to be so much fun. And here is the website itself. As you can see, it's pretty simple with hardly any styling by default, just a little bit on the button and the input field here, as with the border around this image. And building this lightly styled design is the first part of this around, and we're going to personalize it as well, plus deploy it to the world so that anyone around the world can visit this website. It is going to be so much fun. And here is the website itself. As you can see, it's pretty simple with hardly any styling by default, just a little bit on the button and the input field here, as with the border around. around this image. And building this lightly styled design is the first part 1 of the challenge. And then in part 2 of the challenge, we are going to go crazy on the styling with just a few parameters that you are to tweak, and it's going to look so cool. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's first just run through what kind of tags you need in order to build this website. So first off, there is an image tag, and the image you should use should be added to the file system on the left-hand side here. As you can see, there is a pair.jpg image here, and the way to add an image to this file system is simply by drag and dropping it over this section. Next up, there's an h1 here as well with the title. Of course, you should write your own name, not my name. And then there's an h2 heading, as we need some fun facts about you. The fun facts itself are built using an unordered list plus list items inside of the UL element. And then there is a paragraph with a link nested inside of it that should go to your LinkedIn profile. So the point here, obviously, is to replace all of this information with fun facts about you, with your name, with your image, your LinkedIn profile, so that when you share this with the Scrimba community, other people will be able to get to know you better. And then finally, we have an input field here and a button that won't really do anything because we're not hooking this up with a real newsletter. We are just pretending that you have a newsletter that people can sign up to. So once you've done this, you've completed part 1 of the challenge. And you've also filled up this body element here with HTML tags. Next, you'll move on to part 2 of the challenge. What you'll do there is take your existing design and modify it. So if we head over to the index.javascript file, you can see that there are a bunch of so-called JavaScript functions, which probably look really scary at this point. But don't worry, the only thing you're going to do here is take the word that you see inside of the quotes right here and replace them with one of the words that are commented out in the line above. Because this will give you the opportunity to change the styling on the page according to what word you change this argument to. So what you are to do here is look at the name of this function. It says favorite movie genre. And what is that? Do you like space movies, scary movies, military movies, romantic movies, cowboy movies, and so on? And then just take your preference and change it like this. So if you choose cowboy, for example, what then will happen is that the font on the website suddenly became like a Western movie. That's pretty cool. And moving on, here you are to answer what is your favorite fruit? Is it watermelon, tomato, banana? If it, for example, is banana, then you should replace regular with banana. And what will then happen? If you run the code, then suddenly your page is banana colored. Really nice. So now you are a cowboy banana. That's pretty cool. Finally, there's 2 more parameters you can tweak. First, tell me, is your favorite mode on your computer light mode or dark mode? If you choose dark and run the code again, then you can see the colors have flipped and now it is primarily dark with the brown background and the light yellow color, as opposed to how it was previously with the yellow background and brown text color. And then at the very end, you are to choose what kind of style you like your edges to be. Sharp, soft, or round. Let's say you like round, well then you'll simply replace sharp with round. And there we go. We have a nice round layout where the image and the input and button now have a much more round feeling to it. So what happens here is that these are JavaScript functions that execute code, which you can see further down in the index.js file, and change the layout accordingly. Though you should ignore everything below this line. Don't even try to understand it. It's far outside the scope of this course, and you're gonna learn JavaScript later in the front-end developer path anyway, so it's nothing for you to worry about right now. Now I'm going to reset all of these. Set these to regular and these two to light and sharp, as that is the default styling that we should have. And then I'll leave you with this image right here, as it now is your turn to build this layout, personalize it with the JavaScript functions so that you have your very own completely unique website. So go ahead and do this right now, and then I will see you when you return back to me. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's now do this together. First, we need the image tag. So I'm going to do img. The source is the peer.jpg, which I'd already added. Yes, there we can see it is rendering properly. Next up, there is an h1. My name is Peer, like that. Very good. Moving on, we have the H2, fun facts about me, like that. And then there's the unordered list and the list items. So I'll do UL, close that UL because the list items need to be inside of the UL. And the first one is 36 years old. I'm going to copy this one like that. And I live in Norway and I sing in a choir. And there we go, looking pretty good. Next up, there is the paragraph with the inline anchor tag. Here's the paragraph. Connect with me on LinkedIn, like that. Oops, it should say me on LinkedIn here. And then we are to wrap LinkedIn here into an href, like that. And then I'm going to paste in the URL to my LinkedIn right here. And if you actually want to connect with me on LinkedIn, feel free to click on this link as soon as I've added the target equals underscore blank so that it opens up in a new tab. Okay, finally, we need to add the input and the button. Input, type text like that, and button with join newsletter as the text. Yes, that worked. And we finally just need the placeholder in the input. And here we're going to write enter email. Enter email. Like that. And that actually looks pretty good to me. That is what we were looking for. Yes. Okay, next step. We are going to personalize it. This will be easy for me. I really love movies about space, so I'm going to choose space here as my favorite movie genre. It gives me this really neat sci-fi-ish font. And I am a huge avocado fan, so gotta do that. Woo, looking pretty good. I tend to prefer both light mode and dark mode, but let's try dark. Yeah, not bad. And as for favorite edge style, I'm not going to do completely round, not completely sharp, but something in between, as I think the answer often is something in between. And yes, there we go. Pretty cool website. Now, the final thing I want you to do is head back to your note where you created your website, and then click on the bottom right icon, the cog wheel, and choose download as zip, because that'll download your project to your local machine, and we need that in order to bond. There we go. Pretty cool website. Now, the final thing I want you to do is head back to your note where you created your website, and then click on the bottom right icon, the cog wheel, and choose download as zip, because that'll download your project to your local machine, and we need that in order to deploy this project over the next few scripts to your website. And yes, there we go. Pretty cool website. Now, the final thing I want you to do is head back to your note where you created your website, and then click on the bottom right icon, the cog wheel, and choose download as zip, because that'll download your project to your local machine, and we need that in order to deploy this project over the next few scripts. So what I'd recommend you to do is, on your computer, create a dev folder and move that zip file you just downloaded to this dev folder. Double click on it to open it. That'll give it this long obscure ID. So download your project to your local machine, and we need need that in order to deploy this project over the next few scrims. So what I'd recommend you to do is, on your computer, create a dev folder and move that zip file you just downloaded to this dev folder. Double click on it to open it. That'll give it this long obscure ID. So if I were you, I would change that to something understandable, for example, personal site, and just save it so that you have your project neatly placed with a good name on your local computer so that we are ready to share it with the world over the next few scrims. It is going to be epic. So I look forward to see you in the next scrim after you've done all of this. I'll see you there.
In the rupees 9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In 9 rupees, you'll learn how to
In order to get your personal site live on the World Wide Web, we are going to use a service called Netlify, as it is both free, easy to use, and powerful, as it's used by tons of professional developers. So if you're following this course on Scrimba.com, just click on this slide right here and you'll be taken to Netlify. Or if you're following this course on YouTube, just head over to netlify.com and you'll get to the exact same page. Once you're there, I want you to click at the sign up button, as that'll take you to an authentication screen where you can choose a bunch of different options. I am going to go with the email option, so I'll click on that and fill in my email and also choose a password. And then I'll click sign up, which again will trigger Netlify to send a verification email to my inbox. So I'll head over to my inbox and click on verify email. That'll take me to the Netlify onboarding. Page where I have to tell them a little bit about myself. So here I'm going to say that I'm using Netlify for personal reasons, and opening up this select box here, I'm going to classify myself as a hobby developer. And my first project will be a personal/portfolio site. Then I'll scroll a bit down and give my team a name. I'm just going to call my team Peer, as it's common to use your first name, but you can choose whatever name you want on your team. Once you're done with all of that, click on the Setup and Continue. Then you are taken to the page where you are to deploy your first project. You can either import an existing project, start from a template, or deploy manually. And that's exactly what we are going to do. So what I want you to do here is return back to the folder you created in the previous scrim called Personal Site. And then mark all of the files and drag and drop them into this rectangle. Once you've done that, your browser might ask you if you actually want to upload the files to the site. Just confirm that by clicking on Upload. And then Netlify starts its magic. At this point, they are working under the hood, deploying your site to the web. So here you might have to wait for a couple of project team site. It's a hobby developer. And my first project will be a personal/portfolio site. Then I'll scroll a bit down and give my team a name. I'm just going to call my team Peer, as it's common to use your first name, but you can choose whatever name you want on your team. Once you're done with all of that, click on the Setup and Continue. Then you are taken to the page where you are to deploy your first project. You can either import an existing project, start from a template, or deploy manually. And that's exactly what we are going to do. So what I want you to do here is return back to the folder you created in the previous scrim called Personal Site. And then mark all of the files and drag and drop them into this rectangle. Once you've done that, your browser might ask you if you actually want to upload the files to the site. Just confirm that by clicking on Upload. And then Netlify starts its magic. At this point, they are working under the hood, deploying your site to the web. So here you might have to wait for a couple of minutes until you see this icon right here turn into a screenshot of your personal site. Now, if that doesn't happen within a couple of minutes, just try to refresh the site itself, as that'll probably do the trick. Then you can simply click on this URL right here and boom, you have deployed your site so that anyone in the world can access it. That is a phenomenally great job and you should truly be proud of yourself. The final step I think you should do now is to share your creation with the world. I would recommend you to use either LinkedIn or Twitter, as both of those have huge communities of developers. So what you should do is click a screen. So here you might just confirm that by clicking in the previous scrim called personal site. And then mark all of the files and drag and drop them into this rectangle. Once you've done that, your browser might ask you if you actually want to upload the files to the site. Just confirm that by clicking on upload. And then Netlify starts its magic. At this point, they are working under the hood, deploying your site to the web. So here you might have to wait for a couple of minutes until you see this icon right here turn into a screenshot of your personal site. Now, if that doesn't happen within a couple of minutes, just try to refresh the site itself, as that'll probably do the trick. Then you can simply click on this URL right here and boom, you have deployed your site so that anyone in the world can access it. That is a phenomenally great job and you should truly be proud of yourself. The final step I think you should do now is to share your creation with the world. I would recommend you to use either LinkedIn or Twitter, as both of those have huge communities of developers. So what you should do is basically what Jolene and Jess are doing here. Share a link to your personal site, write a couple of sentences about it, and also feel free to mention anyone else who've been involved in this project, and add a relevant hashtag like Jess is doing here. For example, 100 days of code. That is a great hashtag to follow and to use, as it puts you in touch with a bunch of other people online who are going through the same learning journey as you are. So I am looking forward to see your personal site either on LinkedIn or Twitter, and I'm also looking forward to see you in the next scrim. Guess who is my favorite person in the world right now? You are. Because you have just completed the HTML section of this course, and that is a huge milestone. So now let's have a look at all of the awesome things you've learned. Starting out, you learned about the core HTML tags, that is the heading, h1, h2, and so on, and also the paragraph tag. And then you learned about nesting, which is how some tags are inside of other tags, which again are inside of yet other tags, eventually creating a tree structure of HTML tags. Then you learned about buttons and input fields, which are the elements that make your website interactive. And then we talked about anchor tags, a super important concept as it allows you to create links between different websites or web pages on the web. And then of course we had to learn about proper HTML document structure, as that is important with the doc type declaration, the HTML tag, head tag, and also the body tag. From there we moved on to lists, both unordered lists like this one right here and ordered lists, which is super cool and almost as cool as what you followed up with, which was to deploy your personal web page to the web so that anyone around the world can navigate to it and check out your creation. Whew, this was a lot of learning. I completely understand if you're a little bit overwhelmed right now, and it's totally okay to now take a break, relax a little bit, as in the next section you are going to learn about CSS, aka Cascading Style Sheets. That is how we design our web pages so that they go from the dull default HTML styling into being beautifully designed, polished products that people enjoy looking at. So, super exciting times ahead of us. So when you are ready, I will see you in the CSS section. Welcome to the second section of this course, where you are going to graduate from HTML into the world of CSS, or Cascading Style Sheets, as it stands for. This is super exciting because now you'll be able to make your sites look beautiful as well.
रोज जॉब्स अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ, एक भी इंटरव्यू कॉल नहीं आया।
भाई मैन्युअली अप्लाई मत कर, यूज लीको एआई। ये तेरी स्किल्स के हिसाब से सारे बड़े जॉब बोर्ड्स पे जॉब्स ढूंढता है और
So, the main project of this section is actually the google.com homepage, because this time around, you are going to write the CSS as well. And this probably looks a little bit frightening right now, but don't worry, I'm going to take you through it step by step. And actually, before we get going with Google, we're going to get you familiar with the syntax here and have some fun destroying wikipedia.org. So it's going to be a syntax step time are sports or Cascading Style Sheets, as it stands for. This is super exciting because now you'll be able to make your sites look beautiful as well. So the main project of this section is actually the google.com homepage, because this time around you are going to write the CSS as well. And this probably looks a little bit frightening right now, but don't worry, I'm going to take you through it step by step. And actually, before we get going with Google, we're going to get you familiar with the syntax here and have some fun destroying wikipedia.org. So it's going to be a lot of fun and we have no time to lose. Let's just get started. Okay, so let's get you writing your first lines of CSS straight out of the gate. As you can see here, we have an HTML file which has a body that simply has "please accept our cookies" as text directly in the body tag. And that is rendered here in the mini browser. However, as you'll notice, the style doesn't exactly look like default browser styling. And that is because we've added this line here, which says link, meaning it's linking to something. And what kind of relation does this link has to our HTML? Well, it's rel style sheet. It is a sheet that contains styles. And where does this sheet live? Well, that is dictated by the href attribute, which you probably recognize from anchor tags. and it's pointing to styles.css. And lo and behold, in our file system, we have a styles.css file. And there we can, lo and behold, in our file system, we have a styles.css file. And there we can see a few lines of scary looking code you've never seen before, perhaps. However, don't worry, we're going to go through this. So what happens here is that this CSS code is being pulled into the HTML file by this line 3 here, and then it is applied to the website when it is rendered. So if we were to comment out this line 3 here and rerun the example, it'll look very boring like this. So let's undo that. It doesn't exactly look great now either, but it's at least some styling. Although this cookie widget is a little bit weirdly designed in my opinion. Which leads me to your challenge. You are going to redesign this cookie widget by changing the values inside of this body selector. And now you might ask, well, what is a selector? Okay, let's go through that, because that is the basic CSS syntax you need to know in order to solve this challenge. So, CSS works by selecting certain elements on the page, that is HTML elements, and then styling them however you want. And the element you select is what you start with when writing a CSS rule. Here, we are selecting the body, that is
artificial intelligence, machine learning, or data science. You might be thinking they are
the exact same thing we're doing here. And what's our body? Well, it is this tag right here. Then, in order to apply some specific styling to the body tag, we write an opening curly bracket and a close curly bracket. And then inside of those brackets, we have something called a property, which in this case is color, and a value, which in this case is red. So here we're saying that the color, which is actually text color, that's what color means here, the text color in the body should be red. So if I now change the color property from blue to red, you can see in the mini browser we have changed the text inside of our body to red. Because if we head over to the HTML, this text is indeed inside of our body. Now, as you might have noticed as well, the property is followed by colon and the value is followed by semicolon. And you have to have that notation, otherwise you'll break the example. So what I want you to do now is redesign this cookie widget. Make sure you change all of the listed CSS properties. That's background, color, font size, font weight, text align, and margin top. And what you'll change it to is up to you, but I've given you the hints of what kind of values the properties expect here in the comments on the right-hand side. You can see comments in CSS is done with this star and slash character. So the grayed out text, as in with the HTML, is not interpreted by the browser. It's just help text for you in order to solve this challenge. And I'm intentionally not giving you any more information about what each of these properties mean, because I think they're pretty self-explanatory. So I want you to experiment with changing them and draw your own conclusions as to what, for example, the font size does to the styling on our page. And then once you've done this, once you've redesigned the cookie widget, move on to the next scrim, and then I will show you how I would do it as well. Good luck. I've redesigned the cookie widget, move on to the next scrim, and then I will show you how I would do it as well. Good luck. So, really good job writing your first lines of CSS. That That is no small accomplishment. Now I'm going to show you how I would design my cookie widget. So I want my widget to have cookie colors. So for my background property, which is what sets the background color of the body, which fills up the entire browser at this point, I'm going to choose a color called saddle brown, like that. And you might wonder, well, how do I know that saddle brown is a color that CSS supports? Well, you might have noticed as you wrote CSS values that VS Code, our editor, starts suggesting values for you as you start typing. So that is how I found saddle brown. This suggestion box here isn't recorded by Scrimba itself, so you won't see it in recording, but you will see it as you interact with the code yourself. So we have the background. Now let's move on to the next property, which is color, and that dictates the color of the text. It is set to red, though let's choose white here. That looks pretty good. The next one, font size, dictates, well, the size of the font. And here you can see we are using px values, which is short for pixels, and you can choose whatever value you want. Let's see what happens if we increase it up to 200. Oh, wow. That is far too big. So instead, let's try something like 25. Yeah, that's pretty good. Next, there's the font weight. You can choose between lighter, normal, or bold. And if we change this to bold, you'll see there that our text suddenly got a bit thicker, which is exactly what this property does. It changes the thickness of the font. Okay, text align. It is set to right, but we can also set it to left or center. Let's see what happens if we do left, and that bumped the text over to the left-hand side. I think we should have our cookie widget with centered text like that. Finally, margin top, what does that do? Well, if we try to change this to, for example, 50, you can see that, oh wow, that created more space here at the top. So this, for example, like that. Hands left or center. Let's see what happens if we do left, and that bumped the text over to the left-hand side. I think we should have our cookie widget with centered text like that. Finally, margin top, what does that do? Well, if we try to change this to, for example, 50, you can see that, oh wow, that created more space here at the top. So it adds margin, aka spacing, at the top. And here I think maybe 50 was a bit too much. Let's do 30. Yeah, that is just right. Now, you probably ended at a completely different styling than this. That is okay. The point here was to experiment. Before you leave, I'll give you a sneak peek at another tool you can experiment with, and that is a different way of describing colors in CSS called hex codes. So here I'll paste in this weird looking code starting with a hashtag, and as you can see it created the exact same color. So this here is actually a recipe for the saddle brown color, and it's actually a description of 3 different things: how much red, green and blue this saddle brown color consists of. So if I change this 8 here to 1 instead, you can see that completely changes the color. Now, if that is confusing, don't worry, you'll learn more about that later. I just wanted to give you a sneak peek on it. As with all of these other properties, you are going to get more comfortable with all of this, so it's not a problem at all if you completely forget about all of these properties and values. Over time, as you do it again and again, it'll become a part of your muscle memory. So with that, let's carry on. Now that you know enough CSS to be dangerous, let's use your newly acquired superpower in order to destroy Wikipedia. And for that, we need a Wikipedia page, and about the coolest one there is this list of helicopter prison escapes. I mean, oh my god, how insane is that? So click this image and you'll be taken to this article, and then I'll show you step by step how we can destroy it with CSS. So the first thing you need to do is to right click, as that'll open this menu where you can choose inspect. And once you click that, the DevTools will open. Then choose the icon in the far left, as that allows you to use your cursor to select elements on the page, so that when you hover over an element like this one, you'll see that the DevTools selects it for you. So if you move your cursor over to the logo, you'll see that one selected, and if you move your cursor over to the main part of the screen here, you can see it selects the entire article. Once you're on that selection, I want you to click, because that'll select the specific HTML element here in the Elements tab. And don't worry about all of this. You do not need to recognize the tags and attributes and everything you see here. What I instead want you to do is head over to the right-hand side where you see element.style. Click there and you'll be able to actually apply CSS directly to this page. So you can, for example, write background red, and boom, there we have really ruined this article. Then if you select another element on the page from this body content element here, you can do the exact same thing. Click on the element style and now, for example, write font size and 30 pixels, and there you go. Now you can click on the X icon in the far right corner here, and then you can read about these helicopter prison escapes with a really bad background and huge text, if that's what you prefer. So feel free to spend an hour in this article, and then I will see you in the next scrim. Okay, so now it's time for you to, yet again, build the google.com homepage. But this time around, you're also going to write the CSS so that you'll understand everything that goes into building this elegantly designed search engine. As you can see, I've set up the basic skeleton here in the HTML file for you. In the body tag, we have an image, which is pointing to the google.png image, which lies in the same directory as our index.html folder up here. And we have an input type text, which is our search field. And we're only going to start with these 2 elements, and then later move on to the buttons. Now, as you can see in the mini browser here, this looks horrible. It has no styling, so the logo is far too large, the input field doesn't look very good. So in short, there's a lot of work to do here. But before we can start writing CSS, you need to link to the CSS file. You can see I have a style CSS here, which just sets the background of the body to red, as a way of testing whether it is actually a link to the HTML. Currently, it's not. You are going to have to link to the CSS file on your own. And if you remember a couple of scrims back, I showed you how to do that. Though, please don't look back at that scrim in order to solve this challenge. Instead, Google it, because I do that almost every single time I have to link from an HTML file to a CSS file. So you should not be ashamed for Googling such a quote-unquote simple thing. Instead, just do that right now, because it's important practice. And then when you come back, I will show you how I would do it as well. Okay, hopefully that went well. Now, let's have a look at how we can solve this. So I would simply type how to link to CSS into Google and click at the top result. This happens to be a W3 Schools article. Here you can see that there's a few different ways you can import CSS into the HTML file, but we're only going to worry about the first one here, called external CSS. As you can see, if we scroll a bit down, what we do is we type link rel equals style sheet an href with a pointer to the CSS file itself. So we'll do href. So we can remove that altogether. There we go. It is red, looking horrible. So we can remove that so that it looks white again, but now we know that we have linked the CSS and the HTML together, so we are ready to move on and start styling our page. The first thing we want to fix in our example here are the widths of the elements, because if we compare it to the finished design, you can see that the input field is meant to be wider than the logo. However, in our example, that's not the case. Meant to be wider. Compare it to the finished design, you can see that the input field is meant to be wider than the logo. However, in our example, that's not the case. Quite the opposite, actually. The logo is much wider than the input field. So we need to shrink the logo and then make the input field wider. So I'm going to start and do one of these, and then you will do the other. I happen to know that the width we want to have on this input field is 400 pixels. So what I'm then going to do is target the input field using the element name and create a CSS selector, just writing input, then open and close curly bracket, and then simply write width and input, use pixels. Element name and create a CSS selector, just writing input, then open and close curly bracket, and then simply write width and 400 px. And boom, there you can see. Suddenly, the input field widened quite a lot. And as you might have noticed, we're using this pixels value here again, which we've used a couple of times already, actually. And if you're a little bit confused as to what a pixel is, you can think of it as the smallest unit of space that our screens can render. So a pixel is just a tiny square, so tiny that we actually need 400 of them stacked up beside each other in order to get a width of this size. So with that, I want you to fix the width of the Google logo. Select the image tag and set the width of the logo to 300 pixels. Go ahead and do that right now, and then I will show you how to do it as well when you return back to this scrim. This the image line so I get some space above the input field, and then target the IMG element, the image element, open up the curly brackets, and do with 300 pixels, like that. Ooh! We're not quite yet at the finished design, but the ratio between the logo and the input field is now a lot better. Great job, let's move on. Okay, I've discovered a problem with our Google site, which is that if we make the browser really wide, you can see that suddenly the items stack up besides each other on the same line. And that's obviously not the kind of behavior we want. We want them to always be stacked on top of each other. And in order to fix this, you have to learn about inline elements versus block elements. And that's best understood through the lens of an example. So let's say that you, for example, have a collection of things you want to showcase. You could be like George Franzen, for example, and collect dinosaur poo. He actually has the world's largest collection of fossilized feces, and naturally he wants to exhibit them in a museum. And if he were to use display inline on his images, they would stack up besides each other, like this. So kind of like in a line, horizontally. However, had he used display block on his images, then they would stack up on top of each other. So a rule of thumb is display block stacks on top. Another way to look at this is that the block level element blocks out the rest of the available horizontal space so that nothing else can be placed there. And that is regardless of how wide this image is, the content itself. Display block beside one out of an example. So let's say that you, for example, have a collection of things you want to showcase. You could be like George Franzen, for example, and collect data. And that's best understood through the lens of an example. So let's say that you, for example, have a collection of things you want to showcase. You could be like George Franzen, for example, and collect dinosaur poo. He actually has the world's largest collection of fossilized feces, and naturally he wants to exhibit them in a museum. And if he were to use display inline on his images, they would stack up besides each other, like this. So kind of like in a line, horizontally. However, had he used display block on his images, then they would stack up on top of each other. So a rule of thumb is display block stacks on top. Another way to look at this is that the block level element blocks out the rest of the available horizontal space so that nothing else can be placed there. And that is regardless of how wide this image is, the content itself. Display block requires control over all the horizontal space in its given container. So when this block image is placed here and you add a new image, it would have to be placed underneath the previous one. And if it is display block as well, it'll block out the rest of the available horizontal space, and the next image have to be placed below that one again, and so on.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster if I used.
So the solution is obviously to turn these elements into blocks. And I'm just going to give you the syntax here. This is how you write it, display : block. Go ahead and do that for both of these and observe what happens to the example when you make the browser wide. Good luck. Okay, let's do this. So I'll do display block up here and the same here. If we look at the browser, seemingly nothing has happened. However, if we now make it wide, you can see, yes, no matter how wide the browser is, these will always stack up on top of each other. So, great job, let's move on. However, display block up here and the same here. If we look at the browser, seemingly nothing has happened. However, if we now make it wide, you can see, yes, no matter how wide the browser is, these will always stack up on top of each other. So, great job, let's move on. The next thing we need to fix is the lack of white space above our Google logo. Because if we take a look at the design, fix job, let's move this on top. See, yes, no matter how wide the browser is, these will always stack up on top of each other. So, great job, let's move on. The next thing we need to fix is the lack of white space above our Google logo. Because if we take a look at the design here, we want quite a lot of space in between the top of the browser and the logo. And I'm not going to tell you how to add that, but if you can think back to the very first scrim in this section, we added some space above the text in our cookie widget. And that specific space is called margin of everything, not at the spin property is called margin top, and what you add there is a pixel value. So for example, 100px, and there we go. We've now added a margin on the top of our image. And while we're still quite far off from our provided design here, we are getting closer. Great job, let's move on. Now, while it totally works to add the margin top directly on the image here, you'd most likely not see professional developers do this. Because what they do instead is wrap these two elements in some kind of container and then control the positioning of these elements indirectly via that container. And in order to do this, you have to learn about the div. I'm going to create an opening div and then indent the thing closer. Now, let's move on. Now, while it totally works to add the margin top directly on the image here, you'd most likely not see professional developers do this. Because what they do instead is wrap these two elements in some kind of container and then control the positioning of these elements indirectly via that container. And in order to do this, you have to learn about the div. I'm going to create an opening div and then in code, inspect, learn.
Make a move with Hostinger's sale. For just ₹599 a month, get AI managed VPS from Hostinger. Run your server by chatting with AI, handle everything from performance monitoring to security updates. Scale with a network speed of 1 gigabit per second plus free weekly backups and more. Try for 30 days without risk. Join more than 40 lakh people going online with Hostinger. Turn one day into day one with AI-enabled VPS. Go for it with Hostinger.
AI is no longer optional. Regardless if you agree or disagree, it is part of your job to understand what AI cannot do and what AI can do to help you get better. It is important to understand how AI works in terms of software development and how you can speed up your software development workflow. Hello, my name is Valentin Despa, advancing your career today by taking
styling from the image and then add it to the div itself. And the reason this is important is, let's say that, for example, Google decides to create a video here instead, or a interactive doodle or some kind of game. They often play around with the Google logo. Well, if so, it's a really bad idea that it is the image itself that controls the margin from the top of the browser and down to the content, because that image might be removed. So it is a solution that will get you into trouble in the future. So what we'll do here is we'll simply instead target the div and then remove the margin top from the image, and boom, it has popped up. Now we lost all of our white space, but if we add it back to our div, we are back at the design we started out with. Seemingly nothing has changed, but as if, boom, so what lost all of our white space, but if we add it back to our div, we are back at the design we started out with. Seemingly nothing has changed, but as you know, we have a better HTML structure, so we have definitely made good progress here. So with that, let's move on to the next scrim. The reason you need to learn about classes now is because our current setup where we simply have the elements like this, and then selecting the elements using the element selector in CSS, will give us bugs down the line. We made good progress here. So with that, let's move on to the next scrim. The reason you need to learn about classes now is because our current setup, where we simply have the elements like this, and then selecting the elements using the element selector in CSS, will give us bugs down the line. Because when we add the two buttons beneath the input field, we'll actually wrap these two in a div as well. And let's see what happens at this point. What I'll do now is simply add the HTML for these buttons down here beneath the input field. So it is a div with two buttons inside of it. And then you can see we are closing that div, the inner div, and then we are closing the outer div. Let's run this code, and oh wow! What you can see is that the spacing between the input field and the buttons is totally off. And that is because our CSS element selector here selects any div it can find in the HTML document and applies the margin top to it. So it doesn't just select the first one, but it can select thousands of divs. So this is a very generic solution and likely not something we want to use, as we want to have multiple divs with different types of styling in our HTML element. So let's now instead fix this by doing the following. I'll write class equals, and then for example, main. This here is an attribute called class.
Do you know data analysts earn about 50% higher salary than IT employees? Yes, it's true.
So it's built into HTML, and this here is the name I'm giving my class. I want to call this div my main element. And now the way I select that in the CSS is by, instead of just writing the element name, simply doing dot main, like that. Now, if I rerun this code, you can see now the margin top is only applied to the outer div, our main class, and not to the div which wraps the two buttons. So that is exactly what we needed. Now, I'm going to remove these two buttons here because we don't want to deal with them just yet. And then I'm going to give you a challenge. First, you're going to add a class to each of these two elements. That is the image and the input. You have to decide what you will call the two classes, but make sure to give them different names. And then you're going to, in the CSS, replace the element selectors with class selectors. So that is the IMG selector here and the input selector here. And obviously, the CSS class selectors you're going to replace them with is the ones you have added to the elements right here. So go ahead and do this right now. Let's now do it together. Then here I'm using a convention where I'm first giving my class a descriptive name, and then using a dash, and then specifying the element as well. This is an IMG element, but it could have been, for example, an SVG or something else. Now, I don't expect you to have followed the same convention. There are plenty of CSS conventions, and it doesn't matter at all what you used in your example. You can call your classes whatever you want. Okay, for the input, we'll do class equals search dash input, like that. Okay, let's move through the CSS. Then I'll replace this with dot. Now you can see it broke the layout because this styling now is not applied to any element. So we need to do logo dash img, like that, and here do dot search dash input. And there we have the exact same example, didn't change at all, but we now have a more flexible solution that scales better. So great job solving this challenge. Let's move on.
अभी भी मैन्युअली अप्लाई कर रहा है भाई. Recruiters 1000 applications.
Okay, now it's time to take a closer look at margins. And you've already dipped your toes into this as you have used margin top, so you might have some intuition about what margins do. However, now you're going to learn it properly through creating flags with CSS, because flags are just awesome. I mean, take a look at this flag here, for example, from the Republic of Venice, a state which existed for over 1,000 years in Europe, and it contains of course, a flying lion holding a book. I mean, what's more natural than that? Or this one right here, for the Isle of Man. I mean, have you ever seen a more creepy creature than this three-legged thing right here? Imagine having that thing running after you. That would not be fun, and this flag would be really hard to create in CSS actually, so we're not going to create this one. We're going to start off at a much easier level with just some very simple shapes. So let's have a look at those actually. Here is what we're going to work with. As you can see, there's simply 3 divs inside of the body tag, and each div has a class red, blue, or green. If we check out the styles.css, you can see that these three classes apply a background color to each of the elements and sets the height to 100 pixels. And here we have the result, 3 rectangular boxes that are stacked on top of each other. And that tells us that these are display block, because display block stacks on top. There's one thing that bothers me here, and that is that we have a little bit of white space around the 3 items. Why is that? Well, actually, it's because our browser is trying to help us here. It's assuming that we want a little bit of space around inside of the body tag, and each div has a class red, blue, or green. If we check out the styles.css, you can see that these 3 classes apply a background color to each of the elements and sets the height to 100 pixels. And here we have the result, 3 rectangular boxes that are stacked on top of each other. And that tells us that these are display block, because display block stacks on top. There's one thing that bothers me here, and that is that we have a little bit of white space around the 3 items. Why is that? Well, actually, it's because our browser is trying to help us here. It's assuming that we want a little bit of space around the body tag, so that these 3 don't touch the edges of the browser. So what's actually going on here in code is that the browser targets the body and sets a margin of 8 pixels. If you notice, when I added this, nothing changed. So if I remove this, it's still the same, meaning that this style here is applied automatically. So that means that margin is actually the space around an element. Because now if we change this to 0, boom, there you can see, suddenly our divs touch the edges of the browser. Now, here at the bottom, they stop after 300 pixels since we've told them to. So this margin 0 here, the div means it's still the stack. It's assuming that we actually block of each other. And here we have the result, 3 rectangular boxes that are stacked on top of each other. And that tells us that these are display block, because display block stacks on top. There's one thing that bothers me here, and that is that we have a little bit of white space around the 3 items. Why is that? Well, actually, it's because our browser is trying to help us here. It's assuming that we want a little bit of space around the body tag, so that these 3 don't touch the edges of the browser. So what's actually going on here in code is that the browser targets the body and sets a margin of 8 pixels. If you notice, when I added this, nothing changed. So if I remove this, it's still the same, meaning that this style here is applied automatically. So that means that margin is actually the space around an element. Because now if we change this to 0, boom, there you can see, suddenly our divs touch the edges of the browser. Now, here at the bottom, they stop after 300 pixels since we've told them to. So this margin 0 here seemingly didn't change anything at the bottom, because the bottom contains white space anyway if we make our browser tall enough. But anyway, that's a digression. Let's get it back so that the browser is completely filled up with these 3 items. And now let's play a little bit around with margins. So what do you think will happen if I add a margin top of 10 pixels on the red here? Take a guess. Okay, margin top, 10 pixels, boom. It added 10 pixels on the top. What do you think will happen if I add margin left 10 pixels as well? Let's try it. Okay, so it added 10 pixels on the left-hand side. It's only on the red rectangle, not the blue or green rectangle. Likewise, if I do margin right, 10 pixels, it adds 10 pixels to the right-hand side as well. If I do 100, it eats up almost a third of our red rectangle. Okay, so now it's your turn. I want you to add 100 pixels of margin on the bottom of the red box. So go ahead and give that a shot right now. Okay, if you did margin bottom 100 px like that, I want to congratulate you because you just created the flag of Monaco. Really good job creating your first CSS flag. And now let's do that yet again. Really good job creating your first CSS flag. And now let's do that yet again. Here is your challenge. You are going to create the flag of the Gambia. And here we have that flag. However, there's a catch. You can only do this by applying styles to the blue box. So by adding margin to this CSS rule right here. So go ahead and give that a shot right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. The way to do it is by doing margin top. Let's try 10 pixels and see. Actually, I think we want our white space to be a little bit more than 10 pixels. So let's do 20 like that. And then margin bottom as well, 20 pixels. And there, I think we have a pretty good flag for the Gambia. Now, before we move on to our Google project, there's one little weird thing I want to tell you about margin top and bottom. Because what do you think happens if I add, for example, margin bottom of 15 to this red element here? Well, according to my logic, the margin right here would be 35 pixels. Because we added 20 pixels on top of the blue, and if we add 15 at the bottom of the red one, that should be 35 pixels in total. However, now that I added this, nothing happened. And that is because margin top and margin bottom will, in many situations, collapse into each other. So that as long as this margin is smaller than this will take precedence. And it's only when this one becomes larger, for example 25, that it will kick in. So let's take it back to 15. And to make things even worse, there's actually scenarios where this doesn't happen. However, digging into that is outside of the scope of this lecture. I just want you to be aware of it, because if you're suddenly in a situation where your margins don't seem to add up, it is probably because of so-called collapsing margins.
When two companies merge, you end up with two ways of doing the same work and a lot of training docs no one.
Okay, with that, let's move on. Okay, we're back at our Google project. I want to give you a quick challenge. I want you to add some space between the logo and the search field, because as you can see here, there's some spacing in between the elements in our design. However, in our project now, they are crammed together. There are two ways you can do this using margins, and I want you to think about which two ways that is, and choose one of them. Go ahead and do this right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it. So you can either add a margin bottom to the logo, or you can add a margin top to the search field. I'm going to go with adding margin bottom to the logo, as I think either way is as good as the other at this stage. Margin bottom, and how much do we want to add? Well, let's try 20px. And yeah, as you can see, we've got some spacing. The bottom of the G is not touching the top of the input field. And if we compare that to the example, I think it looks more or less the same. So, great job. Let's move on. Okay, now you are going to learn about centering elements. I think it looks more or less the same. So, great job. Let's move on. Okay, now you are going to learn about centering elements in CSS. And that is a scary topic for a lot of developers. So scary that this Stack Overflow question about how to horizontally center an element has been viewed 4.5 million times. So if you think this is a little bit confusing, you are in very good company. So don't worry about it. So with that in mind, let's move over to our example. You are going to center this that are in very good company. How to learn about horizontally center an element has been viewed 4.5 million times. So if you think this is a little bit confusing, you are in very good company. So don't worry about it. So with that in mind, let's move over to our example. You are going to center this dinosaur poo. As you can see in the CSS, it has just one property set at this point, which is a width of 200 pixels. That is because the image is so wide originally that if I don't set that width, it'll just take up more space than we have available. And setting the width of it is actually an important thing in order to center it, because there are three things that need to be in place when we are to center elements with the technique you are about to learn, aka centering with margins. And these three components are: first, the element needs to be display block, because how is an element supposed to center itself if it doesn't command full control over all the horizontal space? If it's display inline and allows other elements to stack themselves besides the element, well, then it won't be able to center itself because that space now is busy with other things. So in order to center this poo, it needs to control all the horizontal space. So it needs this a block like that. Now that didn't change anything, but under the hood, the poo now controls the full horizontal space. Okay, the second part is that it must have a width, and that is what we've done here already, because how is this item supposed to be centered inside the browser if it is wider than the browser itself? That's often what happens with either large elements or with some HTML elements who just naturally actually expand to take up all the available space in the block. So we have to make sure that our element has a width. And finally, we set the margin on the left-hand side and the right-hand side to the value auto. Let's just do that. Margin left, auto. Oh wow. Now it pushed the poo all the way to the right-hand side. Because auto here means take up all the available space. And since this is a block element, the available space is all the space that's left after the poo has taken up its 200 pixels. So it just ate up all of this space and turned it into margin. However, at this point, margin right enters the party. Margin right, and says, I want the available space as well. And at that point, the margin left and margin right goes into a discussion and decides, well, actually, since there are two of us here, pushing on each of the side of the element, trying to get all of the available white space, let's just divide it evenly amongst both of us. And the result, well, it is that the item is centered. So that was a long explanation of centering with margins. If you feel confused, don't worry about it right now. All you need to do is remember these 3 conditions and just be aware of the 4.5 million other developers who are in or have been in the same boat as you. Let's move on to the next scrim. Okay, we are back at our Google project. Now your challenge is to center the logo and the search field using the technique you just learned. So go ahead and give that a shot right now, and then I will of course show you the solution afterwards as well. Okay, as you hopefully remembered, the way to center an element, which is display block and has a width, is by adding margin left auto and margin right auto. So let's do that. Margin left auto. And as you can see, that pushes the logo all the way to the right hand side because the margin left is set to auto and it takes up as much space as it can. We'll do the same thing with the right hand side. Do margin right auto. Then the right hand side starts pushing back again, and when they're both taking up equally as much space, the margin left and margin right kind of decides, yeah, let's not argue anymore. Now we have a nice balance, and whoa, lo and behold, our element is centered. So now what we can do is be super lazy and copy that code and paste it in down here, and boom, our input field is centered as well. And our project is starting to look a little bit like our finished design. So this is super cool. Let's just keep up the pace and move on. We need to take a little step back and learn a new CSS concept, which is the close relative of margins called padding. And we're of course going to learn that through the lens of an example. So here I have just a simple div, which contains a little bit of text, or specifically, the 2 first sentences in the white paper behind Bitcoin. And let's say we want to turn this into a nice looking card that people can read. If so, we'd probably create a class and call it card. And then of course in the style.css, we'd select that card and apply the styling. As for now, it just has one property set, which is the color, that we've set to a shade of black that isn't pure black, but a little bit softer, so to speak. That is because by default, the browser uses pure black as the text color and pure white as the background color. And as a rule of thumb, you never want to have pure black on pure white, because that's not a pleasant experience for the eyes. So instead, we went for this. But that was a digression. Let's move on with turning this into a nice looking card. So a card needs a background color, so let's just do background light gray, for example, like that. And we also don't want our card to be full width, because as you remember, divs are block by default and take up the full width if you don't specify any width on it. So we're going to do with, for example, 300 pixels, like that. And then we also want some space above the card. That is, of course, margin top. Let's push it 50 pixels down from the top. And finally, it should be centered, so let's do margin left, auto, and margin right. Like that. Okay, so now we have something that looks at least a little bit like a card. But there's one problem here. You can see the text is crammed all the way into the edges of the div, which doesn't look particularly good. And that is where padding comes into play. So now I'm just going to apply the padding by doing padding, and for example, 20 pixels, like that. And as you can see, that created a little bit of space. So now I'm just going to apply the padding by doing padding, and for example, 20 pixels, like that. And as you can see, that created a little bit of space, basically some breathing room in between the text and the edge of our div container here. And if I do 50, you can see it's even more breathing room. So whereas margin adds space on the outside of our div, the card which we've selected here, Padding will add space on the inside, in between the content and the edges of the container or the div. So margin kind of lives up here and down here, if we are to visualize this in our HTML, whereas padding lives on the inside of our element. So that is here and here. And now you might wonder, well, why did I just write padding? Whereas for margin, we're specifying each of the sides. And well, you can do exactly that on padding as well. This padding 20 pixels right here is the exact same thing as writing the following. Padding top 20, bottom 20, left 20, and right 20. So with these 4 lines, we can actually delete this one up here. And then we have the same convention as we're using with margins. It's just that you can use padding 20 pixels like that if all of the values are the same. It's basically a shorthand. And now that we have all of them written out, we can play around a little bit with it. Perhaps add a 100 pixels on the left-hand side. Looks really weird, and 100 pixels on the top as well. And suddenly our card does not look very good. But let's get it back. And now I want to give you a challenge. I want you to add padding to make our card look like the provided design. And the provided design is right here. You can see it's a completely broken card, as we've been ruthless about our padding. And I've actually removed all of the padding rules from the CSS, as I want you to build some muscle memory writing padding. So go ahead and make this card look like it does in the slide, and then return back to me once you've done it. Okay, hopefully that went well. If not, no worries, let's do it together. As you can see here, it's completely crammed into the bottom left corner, which means that it doesn't have any padding on the left-hand side or any padding on the bottom, but a ton of padding on the top and a ton of padding on the right. So I'm just going to do padding top, 100 pixels, something like that. Yeah, seems pretty much what we have in the design as well. And then do the same, padding right, 100 pixels, like that. And to me, that looks actually pretty much like our design. I don't need to write padding bottom or padding left now, though I could do it. I could do padding bottom 0 pixels, or just 0, and padding left 0 as well. Though that didn't change anything, so it's actually not needed, because by default, the padding of a div is 0. So, however you solved this, great job, let's move on. So now you've learned about controlling the space on the outside of the element with the margin and on the inside of the element with the padding. But wouldn't it be nice if we could also control the border in between the margin and the padding? And it turns out we can, through, you guessed it, the border property. Because if I write border here, and then specify, for example, 2 pixels thickness, solid in shape, and then color red, you can see then we get a border which is on the outside of the padding, but on the inside of the margin. And if we change any of these 3 values here, it'll update accordingly. So let's try 8 pixels width instead. You can see it's much thicker now. Instead of solid, we can do dotted like that. Pretty weird. And instead of red, we can do, for example, FFF. White in hexadecimal. Or just write white like that. Or just blue, so it's a little bit clearer. Now, there are many types of borders, but in 99.9% of the cases, you want to use solid like that. And also, very often, you'd want to soften up these corners. And you can do that with the border radius property. And here you specify a pixel value, for example, 30 pixels, and boom, there you can see. We have this much softer corners. If we crank this up to 100, for 1000, it stops at some point, because then the edges have simply turned into half circles. So at some point, there's no use going any higher. Now, this looks pretty bad. So what I want you to do now is fix it up so that it looks like this. And I'm not going to give you any of the values I've used here. Just a little hint, I took an already existing color in our box and used it for the border. So that's a common web design trick, to reuse colors and not have too many different colors. So if you think this is pure black, you are wrong. So go ahead and change the values
Artificial intelligence, machine learning, or data science. You might be thinking they are
of the border and border radius so that our example here matches the design I've provided in the slide. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. So let's start with the border. 8 pixels here looks a bit too thick for me, so let's try 4 instead, like that. I think that matches better, yes. And the color, I gave you a hint, was just the blackish color we have for our text, like that. And the border radius is much smaller. Let's try 10. This still looks a little bit rounder, so let's try 20. Yes, there, I think we got it. Great job. Now, a cool thing to do in order to inspect the margin, border, padding, and size of the element in general is to open up the DevTools, which can be done by right-clicking on the navbar here, and then clicking Inspect, and then this DevTools panel will open. Here, clicking on the Select icon on the left-hand side, and then hovering over the element, finally clicking at it, there you will see that we have selected the element in the Elements tab, and under the Styles tab, you can see the styling we have applied using CSS. So here you can actually modify them if you want. But we're not going to do that right now. We're going to scroll down and verify that our margin, border, and padding are correct. So if I hover over the margin here, you can see up here in the mini browser, it is marked in orange, and the values are provided down in the box here. If I move over to the border, you can see that border is now selected in the browser. And it is indeed 4 pixels as we coded up a minute ago. If I move over to the padding, you can see that is also indeed 20 on each side, just as we want it to be. And finally, if I hover over the center here, the content is highlighted, and the content of this div is just the text. And as you can see, it is 300 pixels wide, just as we set it as, so it's working as expected. And the height is dictated by how many lines of text are 2 sentences required. So, using this technique of inspecting an element and its sizing properties like this is a really good way of debugging if something, for example, looks wrong, because it gives you an ability to verify if the numbers here match up with what you've tried to write in your CSS. So, now that you've learned all of that, I want to tell you the name of this, and it's actually called the box model. And to be honest, I've never really liked this word. It sounds more complex than it is, in my opinion. It's just spacing around the element, a border, spacing on the inside of an element, and the content itself. But in web development, we call this the box model. So you'll probably hear this name come up from time to time, but you shouldn't fear it. You know exactly what it is, and you've used all of the properties in the box model, so don't worry about it. Actually, let's give you a new box model practice in the next scrim. I'll see you there. Okay, now you are going to create a really neat looking button, namely the following button on Twitter. Let's zoom in a little bit, and here you can see it. This is the button you see if you already are following someone, and if we zoom out again, this is the Scrimbot Twitter profile. You should definitely just click this image and follow us, because we share a ton of useful tips and tricks and career advice for aspiring coders here, so it's definitely worthwhile. Anyway, now you are going to use the things you've learned about padding, border radius, and so forth in order to make this button right here with the ugly default styling look exactly like this. Or not exactly, as we're not going to worry about the font. It is a little bit different, but other than that, you should try to make it look identical. I've given you some hints here. For example, the border color is this hex color right here, and the text color is this one right here. And also, you need to remember to adjust the font weight. And I don't think you've done that ever since the very first scrim where you wrote your first lines of CSS. So you might have to look back so that you figure out how to adjust the font weight, or you can Google it, up to you. Anyway, just go ahead and give this your best shot. And if you at some point get stuck or don't know how to do it, no worries, we are going to do it together afterwards as well. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it together. I'm going to target the button just using an element selector like this. And now let's pick the low-hanging fruit, namely the ones we've gotten here already. For example, by doing color, and then copying this color right here. Okay, that didn't change much, at least not visibly. Then let's do border. And I'm going to start with 1 pixel solid, and then the border color right here, like that. Okay, so it looks a little bit different now, but not quite this. Don't out him, just take looks forth in order to make this button border radius, and so forth look exactly like this. Or not exactly, as we're not going to worry about the font. It is a little bit different, but other than that, you should try to make it look identical. I've given you some hints here. For example, the border color is this hex color right here, and the text color is this one right here. And also, you need to remember to adjust the font weight. And I don't think you've done that ever since the very first scrim where you wrote your first lines of CSS. So you might have to look back so that you figure out how to adjust the font weight, or you can Google it, up to you. Anyway, just go ahead and give this your best the font weight. So if I hover scroll to here and tool right in general, it margin, border, pulse, icons tab, here this name properties in the bottom with the exactly, as we're not going to worry about the font. It is a little bit different, but other than that, you should try to make it look identical. I've given you some hints here. For example, the border color is this hex color right here, and the text color is this one right here. And also, you need to remember to adjust the font weight. And I don't think you've done that ever since the very first scrim where you wrote your first lines of CSS. So you might have to look back so that you figure out how to adjust the font weight, or you can Google it, up to you. Anyway, just go ahead and give this your best shot. And if you at some point get stuck or don't know how to do it, no worries, we are going to do it together afterwards as well. Good luck. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it together. I'm going to target the button just using an element selector like this. And now let's pick the low-hanging fruit, namely the ones we've gotten here already. For example, by doing color, and then copying this color right here. Okay, that didn't change much, at least not visibly. But then let's do border. And I'm going to start with 1 pixel solid, and then the border color right here, like that. Okay, so it looks a little bit different now, but not quite this. One thing we can clearly see is that this image has a white background, whereas ours is still a little bit gray. So let's do that as well. Background white. Okay, yes. But our button is much more crammed. There's too little padding. Whereas here you can see we have a little bit of padding on the top and the bottom, and actually quite a lot of padding on the left and right hand side. And that's actually a little design tip right there. What you'll often see is that buttons have more padding on the left hand side and the right hand side than they have above and below. So let's try padding top 5 pixels, for example, padding bottom 5 pixels, and then we'll try left 10 pixels and right 10 pixels as well. How does that look? Not too bad, but actually it looks like this button has even more. So we've added half as much on the top and bottom as we have on the sides. So let's crank up both of these a little bit. I'm going to select both of these and do 8 top and below, and select both of these and do 16 left and right. Yeah, I think that's more like it. Now, one thing that definitely is remaining is the rounded edges here. So that is the border radius. Add it up here with the border. Let's try 10 pixels. It's a little bit round now, but not as round as the Twitter button. So let's do 16. Yeah, more like it. Can we go higher? Yeah, I think we can go to 18. That looks quite good to me if we compare it to this one. And then finally, we needed to remember the font weight, which I can do font weight bold like that. That looks a lot better. I think the final adjustment I want to make is adding even a little bit more padding around it, because now that I look at it, it feels like this is a bit more spacious. So here we are really in the nitpicking area, but let's try 10 on both of the top and bottom, and let's try 20 on the left and right. And what's interesting now is that since the box now has grown in size because it's affected by the padding, the border radius can also be cranked up a little bit. I think actually we can do 20 now. Yes, because the bigger a box is, the more pixels you need to add in order to get this fully soft looking button, which essentially has 2 half circles on each of its sides. So, looking at the example and comparing it with ours, I think we have reached our goal. And if your values are different than mine, that does not matter at all. You're actually creating the button of a huge public company here. You are just learning basic CSS, so it's totally not expected that you create buttons as neatly as Twitter does, as they probably have a team of developers and designers working just on this profile page. So, however it went, be proud of yourself and get ready to move on with our Google project. I'll see you in the next scrim. Okay, we are back at our Google project, and now you are going to fix the design of our search field. And you're actually going to get a design spec and a proper walkthrough of how I want it to look. So here, I've opened up the DevTools, actually on the right-hand side, as I want to inspect the box model of this element with you. And if you wonder how I managed to stick the DevTools to the right-hand side here, just click these and in the I want it to field. And our balance went, be proud of yourself. And now you are going to... Okay, we are back at our Google project, and now you are going to fix the design of our search field. And you're actually going to get a design spec and a proper walkthrough of how I want it to look. So here, I've opened up the DevTools, actually on the right-hand side, as I want to inspect the box model of this element with you. And if you wonder how I managed to stick the DevTools to the right-hand side here, just click these three icons if you're in Chrome, then you can choose the dock side. So let's move on down here to the box model of the input field. And if I hover over the content in the box model here, you can see that it says 400 pixels times 24 pixels. And you can see the content is marked in blue in the mini browser here. So that means that our width is 400 pixels. We know that because we set it ourselves here. And the height of the content should be 24 pixels. Okay, let's move on to the padding. If I hover over that, you can see it's green and it's highlighted in green in the mini browser. The padding at the top and the bottom are 10 pixels, as you can see down here, and the left-hand side and right-hand side have 30 pixels each. And then if we move over to the border, you can see that it's simply 1 pixel all around. So here is your design spec given to you by your hipster designer down in the bottom right corner here. Height of content, 24 pixels. But do remember that that is actually the height of the inner box here, not the height of the total input field, as that also contains the padding and the border. But the height property should be 24 pixels. The padding above and beyond, as said, 10 pixels. Right and left hand side, 30 pixels. Thickness of border, 1 pixel. The color of border is this. And then finally also the border radius is also a value that our designer has been kind enough to give to you. So, take this design spec and implement it using CSS. Okay, hopefully that went well. If not, no worries, we'll do this together right now. So, starting with the height of 24. There I'm going to just write height 24 pixels, like that. Okay, so it became a little bit taller now. Next step is the padding top and bottom was 10 pixels. So, padding top 10 px. Bottom was also 10 px, like that. Okay, the padding left and right hand side were 30 pixels according to the spec. So let's implement that, like that. And then we'll move on to the border. 1 pixel and this hex code right here. So I'll do border, and here we have to provide it with 3 values. So 1 pixel. It is going to be solid, and the color is DFE1E5, like that, looking pretty good. The final thing then is the border radius, and that should be 24 pixels according to the design. And look at this, it is starting to look really professional. So really good job if you did this challenge. And if you did a couple of mistakes, no worries at all. Actually, I also did a little mistake here according to best practices when setting heights for input fields. Because actually, I want to show you that this height of 24 pixels here is actually not the way we want to do it.
So you just mentioned that you want to learn Python. So do not learn Python in manual way in 2025 because learning Python in
MPX, like that. Okay, the padding left and right hand side were 30 pixels according to the spec. So let's implement that, like that. And then we'll move on to the border. 1 pixel and this hex code right here. So I'll do border, and here we have to provide it with 3 values. So 1 pixel. it is going to be solid, and the color is DFE1E5, like that, looking pretty good. The final thing then is the border radius, and that should be 24 pixels according to the design. And look at this, it is starting to look really professional. So really good job if you did this challenge. And if you did a couple of mistakes, no worries at all. Actually, I also did a little mistake here according to best practices when setting heights for input fields. Because actually, I want to show you that this height of 24 pixels here is actually not the way we want to do it. Because if I Google set height of input field CSS and then click the first link, that is a Stack Overflow question. And here you can see someone who's been having problems with this, so they've asked a question about it. If we scroll a little bit down, you can see that people are saying, try with padding and line height. Line height, that's not something we've used. If we scroll a little bit down, you can see that some browsers will honor a CSS height rule, some not. So it seems to be a little bit difficult to use height for the input field. And this person as well suggests line height, and likewise with this third person here. So I'm going to trust the wisdom of the crowds here and use line height instead. Like that. It didn't change anything, but we are using a property that more browsers apparently will honor. And line height is actually just the height of one line of text. And since that is everything we have inside of an input field, it's just one line of text, that'll be the exact same thing as setting the height of the inner content of the input field. So if that was a little bit confusing, and it's just the height of browser, so I'm not about of words professional pixel. The final thing then is the border radius, and that should be 24 pixels according to the design. And look at this, it is starting to look really professional. So really good job if you did this challenge. It is starting to look 24 pixels here is actually not the way we want to do it. Because if I Google set height of input field CSS and then click the first link, that is a Stack Overflow question. And here you can see someone who's been having problems with this, so they've asked a question about it. If we scroll a little bit down, you can see that people are saying try with padding and line height. Line height, that's not something we've used. If we scroll a little bit down, you can see that some browsers will honor a CSS height rule, some not. So it seems to be a little bit difficult to use height for the input field. And this person as well suggests line height, and likewise with this third person here. So I'm going to trust the wisdom of the crowds here and use line height instead. Like that. It didn't change anything, but we are using a property that more browsers apparently will honor. And line height is actually just the height of one line of text. And since that is everything we have inside of an input field, it's just one line of text, that'll be the exact same thing as setting the height of the inner content of the input field. So if that was a little bit confusing and you prefer to just use height, that's totally fine as well. It's more important that you are using what you are comfortable with than that you are doing it the 100% correct way according to conventions. So just use whatever you want. I just wanted you to be aware of the fact that this is the recommended way according to Stack Overflow. With that, let's move on. Okay, now we're going to add the first button to our Google project. So I'm going to head over to the HTML, and here beneath the input field, I'm just going to type button like that. And this will be the Google search button. So there we have it. It doesn't exactly look good, but don't worry about that. Now I want to give this a class as well. And a class name you'll often see used for button. Rule field apparently will honor. This exact that was the Google project. So to center to
Managed WordPress hosting by Hostinger. 3 super features with
dot b. However, needed element there the will need order the in just to we are example. Let's move on button. However, notice on that people who are use this one right here. Sign you now have. However, I'm 5 pixels. That actually looks like this one here has more than 5 pixels because this space is still pretty crazy,
and that's by prefade that you've answered and prefer to.
The HTML. It's just a very simple called pin. The edges of these buttons. Also, border, we decided its thickness, its type, and color, and circular edges. The div tag, which you saw briefly in the HTML section. This time around, though, closer look at the div tag, which you saw briefly. One to those from it, and you select centering in CSS. You learned 3 different ways of doing this. And the final way you centered elements was through the use of Flexbox, a super powerful tool. Final way it looked and also that, but amazing. Great job. Let's move on. Tool now that you've at least dipped your torso to these buttons. So I'm going to do right. So block in a separate those. Also, and the tool that is Welcome to the second CSS section of this course, where you are going to build a business card for yourself. And it's going to look more or less like this, though you're going to personalize it, make it your own, not only with your own information, but also with a beautiful color palette of your choice and a font that you like. So you are going to level up your design skills as well as your CSS skills, meaning that this is going to be a lot of fun. So let's just get started with it right away.
Hey, yo, what up? What up? So, before continuing, I just want to make sure my streak is not broken. So, one question of lead code I haven't done today. I just realized it. I need to do that one, I guess. So let's just open lead code. I hope I don't have to sign in. Oh, damn, I have to sign in. Wait just a second. Wait, let me just sign in first. CSS is just bad, bro. I already hate CSS. Okay, so I may finally wait. Window capture. Here it is. Here is that neat code. I have to do one today. Let's see which one I'm going to do. I don't want to stress myself out. Let's just go with acceptance. Let me just write the code and get out of here, man. Because of the reflection, I'm unable to see the keyboard's keys. Well, my ratio is pretty bad, to be honest. My ratio is almost 3 ratio 1. For every 3 easy questions, I do 1 hard. Oh, okay, medium. I'm sorry. Damn. You're doing lead code right now. I see. Okay, so I have to. Okay, HTML. This is pain. This is pain. HTML is pain. I'm just afraid. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Damn, bro. To be honest, I don't feel. Um, to be honest, I don't really feel incredible. Wait, I'm still starting. Just let me just get a break. I just want to check if nothing goes on stream, right? Wait. I just want to check if nothing goes on stream, right? Wait. Yeah, I guess it's okay. I just want to check if nothing goes on stream, right? I think I should continue.
Okay, let's start out by having a quick look at the basic skeleton for our app. As you can see, in the file system here, we have an index.html file, also a styles.css file, and finally we have an images folder which contains my avatar.
रोज जॉब्स अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ, एक भी इंटरव्यू कॉल नहीं आया। भाई मैन्युअली अप्लाई मत कर।
It's a PNG file called pip with the HTML tag and then the head tag, which links to the styles.css. As for the body, it has one direct child, which is a div, which will work like kind of the container for our business card. And inside of that div, we have an image tag, we have an h3 with my name, we have a paragraph with the title, and an h4 with the location. Moving over to the CSS, we only have one rule here. We're setting the margin to 20 pixels on the body. And if you remember how this works, when we're not specifying either margin top, margin bottom, left, or right, just setting the margin in general, these 20 pixels will be added on all four sides, on the top, on the left, bottom, and right. And that's simply because I want to avoid that these elements touch the edges of the mini browser. So, there's a problem though. As you can see, the image isn't rendering properly. It's just an icon. That is, as far as I can remember, not how my face looks like. And the problem is in the image tag. So I want you to try to fix that. And I'm not going to give you any more hints. Rather than, if you are stuck, try to Google HTML file paths. That should help you. So go ahead and give this one a shot, and then I will show you how to solve it as well when you return back to me. Okay, let's do this. Let's take this string right here and paste it into Google. There you can see that the top result is a W3 Schools article. Let's head into that one. Here you can see file path examples. Let's zoom in on this one. And if we have image source equals picture.jpg, which would be the same as we have here, although our image is called pair.png, that means that the file is located in the same folder as the current page. Well, is that the case now? Looking at our current page, index.html, you can see that the image is not located in the same folder as the index.html, because the image lives inside of the images folder. So what we then might need is something like this, where we do images slash and then the picture name. Here it means that the picture is located in the images folder in the current folder. And that looks correct. The images folder is in the same folder as index.html, and the headshot of me is located inside of that images folder. So that means that we can try to do images like that, slash, run the code. Ooh, there we go. We have my avatar imported and are ready to move on to the next scrim. I'll see you there.
Hi there, my name is Bob Zarol. I'm another teacher here at Scrimba, and I wanted to expound a little bit on the lesson that you just learned with Pair. This is a very similar example to what you just saw with the Google homepage. In this example, we have an image that is referencing cat.jpg, but as it turns out, relative to where our index.html file is, that cat.jpg file is only inside of the images folder. So as you just saw in the example with Pair, I will need to prefix this with images slash. When I begin my string this way, it's saying look in the directory that the current file, or the index.html file, is in, for another directory called images. The directory that the index.html file is in is called the project root folder, and that's everything that you see here under this Explorer title here in Scrimba. And by correctly referencing the path to where this cat.jpg image is found, I can hit save, and our image of this cat is giant because our CSS file is commented out, but we'll fix that in just a minute. Okay, so this is simple enough to understand, but there are some other points of syntax that I think are really helpful to know. First of all, and probably the easiest one to understand, is that if you prefix the path with a /, it's a way to tell in your code that you are going to be starting from the current directory. That's exactly what we're doing here already, so adding a // does exactly the same thing. As far as I know, there's functionally no difference. Now, on its face, it might seem like it's just extraneous information. However, personally, I do prefer to include the // at the beginning. I think it's a little bit more explicit and kind of a visual reminder that I'm referencing a local file inside of my project. But that's going to change from one person to the next and one team to the next, so I mostly wanted to include it here so that when you saw it, it wasn't confusing. We can see I can hit save, and we're still getting our cat image showing up correctly. This leads us into another way that you can use relative path syntax to reference other files in your tree, and that's by prefixing your path with a // Using the 2 dots is a way to start looking at the parent directory first. Okay, when would this be useful? Well, let's go into our source directory, and then inside of our CSS directory and open up our index.css. And here you'll notice that we're selecting an image div class and giving it a background image with this URL. This URL has a relative path that goes up 2 directories first before going down into the images directory. Because our index.css file lives inside of the CSS folder, which is inside of this source folder, which is a sibling, I guess you could say, folder to the images folder, it'll be going it to your can to fun it.
I'm just coming in a minute.
simple enough to understand, but there are some other points of syntax that I think are really helpful to know. First of all, and probably the easiest one to understand, is that if you prefix the path with a /, it's a way to tell in your code that you are going to be starting from the current directory. That's exactly what we're doing here already, so adding a // does exactly the same thing. As far as I know, there's functionally no difference. Now, on its face, it might seem like it's just extraneous information. However, personally, I do prefer to include the / at the beginning. I think it's a little bit more explicit and kind of a visual reminder that I'm referencing a local file inside of my project. But that's going to change from one person to the next and one team to the next, so I mostly wanted to include it here so that when you saw it, it wasn't confusing. We can see I can hit save, and we're still getting our cat image showing up correctly. This leads us into another way that you can use relative path syntax to reference other files in your tree, and that's by prefixing your path with a //. Using the 2 dots is a way to start looking at the parent directory first. Okay, when would this be useful? Well, let's go into our source directory, and then inside of our CSS directory and open up our index.css. And here you'll notice that we're selecting an image div class and giving it a background image with this URL. This URL has a relative path that goes up 2 directories first before going down into the images directory. Because our index.css file lives inside of the CSS folder, which is inside of this source folder, which is a sibling, I guess you could say, folder to the images folder, we need to go up 2 levels from CSS to source and from source to the project root before we can then drill back down into the images directory. Now, why isn't this dog.jpg showing up in our mini browser over here? That's because in our index.html, we commented out this style sheet and we don't have the correct href here. So take a quick second as a mini challenge, pause now, and fix this href so that, first of all, our cat image will be more reasonably sized, and second of all, the dog image will show up.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you
Pause now and see if you can get that to work. To do this, we can start with a // if into my index study, the mini browsing cat page is here. Change back to the inside of just our cat icon. I'm going to move, not looking. Then I would go into source, scripts. Let's open this up. Scripts, and then main.js. So /main.js. We'll hit save, and we get that I'm the main.js file console log, just like we would expect when it's working. Because this file is at the root, I don't necessarily need to specify a / at the beginning. I could just say src, or as I mentioned, my preference would be to start with a /src, and hitting save shows that log coming up again and everything also working that way. I know this is a really simple topic, but I'm hoping this can eliminate any confusion that you might have as you're looking at other people's code, other code here on Scrimba, or maybe help you avoid a really tricky bug sometime about having a path that's incorrect somewhere. Okay, thanks for letting me talk about relative paths for just a little bit. I'm going to pass you on back to Per.
Okay, now we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping here, because this image element actually has a serious flaw, because it lacks an important ingredient that all image tags should have, which is called the alt text, or the alternative text. And that is simply an attribute that is written like this: alt equals, and then inside of quotes, you are to write a description of the image. So here it could be, for example, Per Borgen smiling, like that. However, if we run this code now, we can see that seemingly nothing has changed. So why do we at all write these alt texts? Well, first of all, it makes your site accessible. Because imagine that a person who is visually impaired or who is blind is trying to visit your website. In that case, they would use a screen reader which goes through the HTML and reads it out loud to the user. And as for the H3 tag, it would be simple for the screen reader to read out loud what that says, because that is text. However, for an image like this one, you need to add an alt tag to describe the image so that the screen reader has something to read out loud. And secondly, this also works as a fallback if your image doesn't render properly. Because let's say you have a spelling mistake in the source attribute, for example, an extra R. Well, in that case, the image won't render, but the alt tag provides as a backup so that the user seeing this can kind of understand what was at least supposed to be there. And finally, writing alt text will help your site rank higher on Google, meaning you get more search traffic. And that is because the alt tag most likely provide important metadata about the image so that Google knows how to use it in a search result page. And if your site is not accessible, it might be punished in the form of ranking lower. So with that in mind, let's look at how to write these alt texts. And the first thing you need to know is that you should not include, for example, image of, because that's simply not necessary. The screen reader knows that it is an image because it is an image tag. Secondly, it should be concise, meaning less than 125 characters, because a lot of screen readers will cut off after this limit has been reached. And finally, a trick you should use in order to come up with a good alt text is imagine that you are describing this image to a person over the phone. So let's try to do that with an example. Here we have an iconic image of Muhammad Ali in a boxing match, and one way to write an alt text for this could be just a boxing match, but it would actually be a pretty poor way of describing it, because there's so much more going on here. You have plenty more characters you can use in order to describe it. So a better one would be two boxers in the ring, one lying down and the other standing up. That's a good factual explanation, but we're not quite there yet, because it isn't actually describing this iconic moment when Muhammad Ali knocked out Sonny Liston. So if you were to describe this over the phone, you would probably understand that this description is pretty shallow. So what I would rather write as an alt text for this image would be Muhammad Ali in the boxing ring screaming at Sonny Liston after knocking him out. That, in my opinion, properly describes the intent of this image, what the person who has decided to show this image on a website is trying to convey. So with that example in mind, I want you to write what you think is an appropriate alt text for this image. Go ahead and do that right now, and then I will show you what I would write when you return back to me. Okay, let's do this. We'll do alt equals quotes, and here I would use my name, Per Harald Borgen. And you can see I'm smiling and I'm looking at the camera. I think that's important. So I'd write smiling at the camera. Finally, the background is really playful and colorful. Plenty of development. Right now, the card, so part of the by doing board flex to there. The entire solution. So what we're going to do now is go out on a tangent, like column one box helps us create columns. So let's now just experiment by adding display flex to the card. And let's see what happens. Oh, wow. Okay, so what happened there? It actually turned every single element into a column in itself. That's not so what's box called build in CSS and then return back to this business card project once we're ready to build a layout like this. So let's move on and learn more about Flexbox. Okay, so let's say that you've built some kind of software as a service and to Pro. So it seems as columns. Let's get rid of these like that. And delete this one as well. Now what I want you to do is create a utility class for the dotted blue border. This is the styling we have here. And then give the class to both Flexbox children in the HTML. That is the Flexbox items you can see here and here. And also, I think you should give the same class to the card as well, so that you can remove this line 10 here. So go ahead and give this one a shot, and then I will show you how to do it afterwards as well. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's start out by creating the class. I'll write border blue here. And then inside of it, I'll just cut this away and paste it in here instead. Now we have a utility class. This flex on this code, you can see now both class to the split. A little bit more of this round. Side of the
streets and to read through the event theories goal should children.
We can do that in many different ways, but right now we're just going to do the very simplest one. So what I want you to do is click on the quite simple folder, add new site. Click on it. You can see that our underline is gone. We want to say yes, meaning we can select nothing happens. So I'm going to do background. Well, now I happen to have a nice brown color here, which I think looks decent with the other colors here. So now it is a lot more easier to see that you are going to click here on this thing that looks like a button as it stands out more. And hopefully we have increased the click-through rate with 0.02% and thus made our boss really happy. So great job. Now that you've learned this, let's return back to the space exploration site and put your new skills to the test. Okay, now you're going to create this neat little underline under the exploration word. And I want you to do that using a span and a class. That is
Want to transform patient care and healthcare operations with AI? The AI in Healthcare program from Johns Hopkins University helps you do just that.
This just further complicates things. Show you the third value here, black. That's the two other value vertical paired. If I do second value, one does indeed the many picks I think from on again, take on pair their kind of background here as well. So that is a little trick to use, normally with small values on the blur, in order to make your text stand out a little bit more in the situation where your text color background the H1, selecting on the
one attribute and teach. Hey, it's Gil.
Great job.
Hey, it's Gil. I'm a teacher at Scrimba. Before we wrap up this section, I want to drop in and teach you about a small yet important part of your HTML document, and that is setting the document language using the HTML lang attributes. And this is important for several reasons. First, screen readers use the lang attribute to assistant in your HTML tag. And the value of this attribute English can send and use a lang small speech. Be sure to review.
Now, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you're the best because you've completed this section, and that is very well done. Plenty of people who have started this section has never completed it. You're not like them, so I am really proud of you. And let's take a quick look at what you've learned. Starting out, you learned about background images. More specifically, you learned about the background image property and the URL function, and also the background size property in CSS and setting that to cover. We also then used a WebP format in order to get this animated image in our hero section, which is super cool and really breathes life into our website. And then you learned about Google Fonts. We imported them up here in the head section, and then you set the font family like this. Fonts do so much for the design of websites, so this is an important thing to know as a web developer. And you also learned a new HTML tag, which is the span tag, which you can see right here. It is what allowed us to create this underline under the exploration word class. And then also you learned using in order concepts in this section. Now is the time for you to get up, stretch, maybe get a cup of coffee or whatever you prefer to recharge, because be sure to do exactly that. And then I will see you in the next section. Welcome to this section where you are going to build a birthday gift site, and it is just so cool because this site is something you can use for whenever a friend or family member of yours has a birthday. So what you do is basically add their information to the header here, and then we have these gifts. So for example, this one saying, here's how happy I am for you today, and when the birthday boy or girl hovers over the image, they will see a nice GIF that makes them feel truly appreciated. Going down, we have other GIFs, how people react when you enter the room. Ooh, this is meant to make them feel really good looking. And here, if I had to describe you with one word, genius, so that you make them feel really smart. Next up, the only person as badass as you is, of course, James Bond. And then rounding it up with a little toast. So, hopefully you have someone special to send this site to, like Nick here, for example, who, despite being a computer-generated image created by an AI, also is one of my best friends. So, I am looking forward to make Nick happy on his birthday. Let's just get started with this section. Okay, it's time for your first challenge. What you're gonna do? So, I can't wait to see you there. For now, let's jump in to extract this. Let's, for example, just start with the gift hint. Looks like this. So let's try to add them up right, because heading elements like H2 and H4 are by default display block. So they take up all the available horizontal space.
So HTML, CSS. Now I think I know a little bit about them. Now my next target, what should it be? Should it be JavaScript only? I have to look for something. JavaScript. Should I go with programming with Mosh? Programming. Or should I learn Flask instead? Here it is, Flask. What do I do now? Finally know some HTML, CSS. Damn. I can hear rain and all, right? A lot is happening outside, actually. All right. Should get up, I guess. Yes. Where do I actually go from here? Should I learn JavaScript or should I just learn static full stack development so that I can Let's try VS Code only. Okay. Let's just delete all these. So Okay, so if I say the truth, from the start of the stream, I've not been feeling so well. Now it's becoming hard to bear. Something here, like, I don't know what this is, but like, it feels like something is stuck here in my food pipe or something. I know it sounds weird, but something's actually stuck here. I don't know what it is. It is like pushing my food pipe. What do I do now? Well, I hope it is like that, but uh, it's happening from the start of the stream. I don't want to quit the stream, but now it's becoming painful. Damn, bro. So, to be honest, I was going to stream for at least one day 24 hours for at least. I thought I'd learn as much full stack development as I could. I just learned HTML and CSS today. Looks like I've lost. Damn. I want to keep this stream public. That's why I'm not saying a lot of things that I want to say. So I'll just shut up and I'll accept my defeat. But there is a lot of things that I want to say, but I won't say them because I want to keep the stream public. If I say my stuff, there are chances this will go private. So before I say anything, I think I might just quit this stream. That was embarrassing. Bye bye, I guess. I don't want to quit the stream.